your package.
definition of offense, like this is which will
Like
remain
I drive
not
that, like I do that, not
They implement scheme which mentions starting the drug project as their beneficiary. And
definition of offense,
society is designed to we see it
I will avoid all of that and I will do that
Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of the Changemaker Showcase 2020 of the F.A.I.R project, supported by the UNESCO New Delhi Cluster Office. Yesterday was a fantastic day when we had 16 of our Changemakers speak to all of you about the various things that they get most excited about our world today and the things that they feel very passionate for in terms of the kind of changes that we need in our world to create a more equitable and fairer world. Right. Today is no different. We've got the rest of the Changemakers who are very eagerly looking forward to talking to you about the various things that they feel most excited about. But before we get to that, I do want to take a bit of time to thank some of the wonderful guests that we've had throughout this amazing journey of the F.A.I.R Project 2020, who've come and had conversations with all of us, with the Changemakers, with all of you on YouTube. And without whom, honestly, there's a lot of perspective that we wouldn't have received. And the manner in which we have gone ahead and had conversations with the Changemakers, the things that they've spoken of, the ideas that they've come up with, all have been influenced by these wonderful guests over this period of time. So without much ado, I do want to start talking about some of them before we get down to the actual business end of today. First up, we had JP, just someone who's been a part of this entire journey right throughout from the start. If you were here on the 5th, you heard him talk to all of us again, giving us his viewpoints and inputs about the project and about these wonderful Changemakers that we have with us. But the journey actually started with, of course, when UNESCO came on board. But with the Changemakers, it started with our very first F.A.I.R dialogue, and he was kind enough to come on board and talk to everyone about all of these various goals that we've got, the 8 goals that the F.A.I.R project has been trying to address. And he gave us wonderful perspectives, not just from the point of view of UNESCO, but also from his own individual standpoint, right? And I think the one thing that I do remember he did speak of, which resonated very well with me in terms of anyone who is working in our domain, the domain that we work in, is that you can't treat it as being 2 separate identities. I asked him a question that, JP, why don't you take off the UNESCO hat and tell us what you believe is fairness? And he said that, look, I don't need to take off the hat because there is no hat on. Everything that I'm doing is what I'm doing, what I actually want to be doing as well. So I think that was absolutely wonderful. It resonated with me. I hope it resonates with a lot of you as well. And it's a message then our Changemakers have also taken to heart, and then thereafter you've been able to see that in a lot of the talks yesterday, and I'm sure you'll see a lot more of that today as well. The second F.A.I.R dialogue was conducted with a wonderful gentleman named Mr. Krishnendu Bose, Krish as he likes to be called, who is a national award-winning filmmaker. He's primarily focused on our environment and our ecosystem when he's been making his movies, right? But I think beyond the fact that he is a national award-winning filmmaker and so on and so forth, I think he's got a wonderful mind. And I think what he spoke to us about were things that just were so obvious, but yet they escape our attention, right? One of the things that I do remember, and I think it's an anecdote which holds so much meaning, is when he spoke to us about the tiger. And he spoke to us about how when a tiger is crossing a village or crossing a road, right, for the tiger, it is merely an obstacle to reach from one part of the forest to the other part of the forest, right? The tiger does not mean to cross the road or to mean to cross the village, right? For him or her, it is merely getting across to the other side. We've put that village in the middle of that forest, so we've put the roads in the middle of the forest, right? So from the tiger's standpoint, I think it becomes more of an intrusion into his or her territory than something that we believe is an intrusion into our territory. And I think, like I said, I think tiger's a metaphor in this case, and there is just so much else that we fail to see because we look at things from our perspective and we miss the perspective of the alternate viewpoint and the alternate person who we are referring to. And I think that's just a wonderful anecdote which just helped to put so much context in everything that we were speaking about before he came on for the F.A.I.R dialogue and after as well. The third one was with Kamala Bhasin. This one went on for over 2 hours. I think we just couldn't stop speaking with her because there was just so much conversation that we had about feminism, about patriarchy, and about all the things that you would assume that someone who's a feminist may not end up saying, right? But I think the wonderful part about Kamala Bhasin was to tell everyone that feminism is not anti-men. It's not something that the opposite of patriarchy. One of the ills of our society is not matriarchy, right? And how this entire concept and her construct and her understanding and her work for all these years has been really to be talking about equality and equality of opportunity, which is something that just helps clear out so much more all around this entire debate of feminism and patriarchy and so on and so forth, right? It was quite emotional as well, so if you haven't watched it, I would strongly recommend that you go and watch the F.A.I.R dialogue, which is also up on YouTube, with Kamala Bhasin. Post that, we had Julia Ruckledge, who is a clinical psychology professor from the University of Canterbury. What she taught us as well, and what we got out of her conversation, is that there's certain things, however much you may end up proving them and however much data or research you may have around them, will be very difficult to get into the popular narrative, right? And what her work is one such thing, which is the impact of micronutrients on our mental health, right? And treating mental health disorders with prescribed dosages of micronutrients and not medication as what is usually provided. It's a wonderful study. It's wonderful insights into that entire dialogue and that conversation. And again, I'd highly recommend for all of you to go and hear what she has to say and see for yourself whether you agree or disagree with her. After Julia, we had Sonia Randhawa, who is the founder of Coalition of Everyone, and also a member of the Sortition Foundation. If some of you do not know what Sortition is, it's really a method of getting citizens involved in the decision-making process of a nation. Citizen assemblies, as they are called. And I think it just provides such a fresh breath of relief with respect to an idea which can actually make an impact beyond the democracies that we have in our world today, and actually get the voice of people heard in different ways. And there are so many ideas that she had, there's so many questions we had as to how it could work, and well, she had answers for absolutely everything that we spoke of, and that was absolutely fantastic. Thereafter, we had Zaina Anwar, who is the founding member of Sisters in Islam and the executive director of Musawa, two of the largest women organizations for reclaiming Islam for women in our world today. And I think the question that continues to resonate in my mind is that whenever we speak of Islam, and whenever we speak of the various aspects of Islam, who is the one interpreting it, right? And whose Islam is the right Islam is the question that she asks. And it just resonates so much with me that it's actually the same question that I ask of so many other things during the F.A.I.R project, right? When we talk about, questions of nation, questions of gender, questions of caste. When we look at all these definitions that are prescribed to all of these various things, it's the question that one asks. Whose gender and whose perception of gender, whose concept of gender, whose concept of nationality or patriotism is the right understanding and interpretation thereof? So definitely conversations with her opened our eyes to that question, which becomes extremely relevant and tells us also that we can't take things for granted for ourselves as well. So we need to be very open to trying to understand other people's viewpoints, because guess what? what a particular thing means to you may mean something very different to someone else, and it's something that we must always be very, very careful to make note of. Post that, we had the next one with Dr. Paula Stones-Williams, who is a pastor, a counselor, a keynote speaker. She's a transgender woman. And I think there's just... And she kept saying during the conversation that she doesn't speak for all transgenders and she speaks only for herself. But everything that she had to say, I think, shed so much light on the entire concept around gender. That it just became amply clear that what we really need in our society today is equity. And she kept using the word equity as well. And the moment we have that, then this whole dialogue around genders and so on and so forth becomes quite irrelevant, because then every individual, whatever gender they may be of, are still residing in an equitable world, and which is a fantastic conversation from all angles. After that, we had, I believe, an absolutely fantastic conversation with Carolyn Casey, who is the creator and founder of the Valuable 500, who's managed to get over 300 companies, the largest companies of our world, Fortune 500 companies of our world, to sign up to put inclusivity at the forefront of their agenda, which is, in my opinion, a fantastic achievement, because to get companies as large as the ones that she has on board admitting that they need to have disability inclusion as part of their agenda, and not just part of it, at the top of their agenda, is a fantastic feat, right? And all this with her being clinically blind herself, right? A fact that she hid from the world for nearly 20 plus years of her life, and yet was able to progress through her education, through even her job, without people actually finding out that she's legally blind. Absolutely fantastic story. And another one, as with all others, that I would definitely recommend that you go watch again if you haven't done so already. Thereafter, we had Mr. Rajesh Avasthi, who is the principal of Choitram School in Indore, and more from the perspective of education, he was also a member of the RTE committee of the Ministry of Human Resource Development, which is now the Ministry of Education, and has a lot of insights into the whole concept of education and what it should mean for all of us, right? And there are a lot of things from what he said that struck a bell and struck a chord in, I think, pretty much every student's mind, or everyone who's been a student, because he said all the things that we felt our teachers could have got right, or our school systems could have got right. And he spoke very openly about the importance of the student more than the importance of the teacher and the institution, which is a fantastically refreshing ideology to hear. An absolutely wonderful take on our education system today. Then we had Rosalia Artiega, who was the former president and vice president of the Republic of Ecuador, the first woman to be president and vice president of Ecuador, and the kind of hope that she had, that she showcased throughout the conversation with her, was absolutely spectacular. And as I told her, I think it's the practicality of her hope that really gave us so much encouragement. But it was the penultimate FAIR dialogue while everyone was preparing their talks that they've given out to all of you, and it was wonderful to hear what she had to say. Finally, we had Violeta Bulc, the former Deputy Prime Minister of Slovenia, also European Commissioner of Transport of the European Union. And she spoke about eco-civilization to us, a concept that she propagates very, very actively. And that entire 2.5 hours nearly that she spoke to us was filled with so much, again, practicality and realism, where it really felt as if she was one of us. And she was speaking the language that we speak. She was correcting us where she had to correct us, and at the same time giving us so many ideas from where a lot of the changemakers have borrowed thought process and mind frames to speak on. And it's been an absolutely fantastic process for that as well. All right, I think that was quite a bit. I did want to speak about all of them and thank all of them for coming and speaking to us over these last 7 or 8 months. But for the here and the now, I think let's just quickly play the agenda for today before we move on with our first speaker. So can we please have the agenda for today? That's a really interesting lineup, and I'm really eager to hearing what everyone has to say. To start off, we've got Ishan Agarwal, someone who's never short of words, always open for a conversation, and always staying till the end of every conversation. Ishan, really looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Hi guys, my name is Ishan and I'm one of the 32 Changemakers of the F.A.I.R project. Just before starting my address today, I would just like to thank the F.A.I.R project for everything they've done over the last few months in teaching us the F.A.I.R methodology of looking at interesting topics and how to approach them, and actually even entertaining viewpoints which may not have been our own, and as a result really getting a stronghold in the positions we hold. So without wasting a lot of time, I would like to start with my address today, which is a dialogue between equality and equity, and why I feel this is so important in the society we live in today. Just before starting off, I have a notepad with me. So if I am looking down a few times, it's just because there are a few points here, and I don't want to get I don't want to miss things when in my 12-minute address. So yeah, I'll start off really then. So what to me is equality and what to me is equity? So first of all, I would like to break it down into two of these sub sentences, sub ways of looking at things. So, and this is the aspect of equality of opportunity versus equality of outcome, or equality of opportunity and equality of outcome rather. So I am all for equality of opportunity, and I think any sane person in society would be for equality of opportunity, which is to say that every individual in society should be getting the same opportunity in society basically. So this can be things like education, healthcare. So there shouldn't be any discrimination for individuals when they are applying for certain posts, etc., etc. What I am not for is equality of outcome, which suggests that outcomes have to be same. An example would be, let's say if you are walking into an industry, there should be 50% men and 50% women in that industry, which I'm totally not for, because it totally goes against some of the things that it doesn't account for. So yeah, that's all the address I want to make today. So why am I for equality of opportunity? First of all, because as I said, because we would be foolish not to use any aspect of society, be it women, be it people in religious minorities, be it people in the LGBTQ community, in any community really. We have to use every single individual in society to best maximize society in creating new technology, creating new art, just making society more prosperous. And any individual in society would be short-sighted in not optimally using all parts of society in that sense. What I feel the equality of outcome people miss out on is that they feel that when you account for equality of opportunity, you will simply get equality of outcome, which is totally wrong. So I'm all for, first of all, that doesn't happen. So when you account for equality of opportunity, you do not get equality of outcome. And when we've actually seen societies, the more egalitarian societies, let's say, account for equality of opportunity, they rather get inequality of outcome. So the point I'm trying to make is that when we actually account for equality of opportunity, we would get results which we wouldn't have expected at all. And so the main problem I have here is with enforced equality of outcome. Let's just get that clear. So why do I think equality of outcome is such a bad doctrine? First of all, when we look at the most hotly debated topic right now in terms of group identity, which is men and women, okay? So everyone thinks, so there are, I wouldn't say everyone, that's probably a wrong part of me. So there's a large proportion of society who feel that men and women are the same. And if provided with the opportunity, they would make similar choices if there is, if social construct is taken care of. So, and this is, let's say, the anti-evolutionary standpoint that several of the social scientists and several of the people have in society. This is a totally wrong way of looking at things, because there have been several studies done, and the most comprehensive of studies was done in Scandinavia, where there was a correlation of 0.7, which is the highest correlation to be ever found. This is as true as psychological fact or sociological fact can be, higher than predicting IQ and academic results, and academic results really, was the differences that men and women had in temperament and personality. So and the fact and the study suggested that as societies got more wealthier and more egalitarian, so they accounted for all the social so for all the, as the social constructivist types would say, all the social constructs in societies, the biological differences between men and women maximized. So what this means is that when women got the opportunity to choose what they wanted to pursue in higher education and industries, even there were fewer women who enrolled into STEM fields than would have seen before. So what this resulted in was that there were more male engineers and fewer female engineers, and more female nurses and fewer male nurses in Scandinavia. And this was nothing like what the social constructivists, like the social scientists and psychologists, were expecting, because they had a left and you can't really point this towards a left-leaning bias as well, right-leaning bias as well, because all the social scientists and I would say rather most of the social scientists and psychologists are of a left-leaning bend in that sense. So, and this was a shocking result to be found out. So when we say that we want 50% men and 50% women in a particular industry, just for this particular example, we aren't simply looking at the best way, because if we have a pool of, let's say, 100 individuals, and we have to choose 50 individuals for a particular industry, let's say engineering, let's say an engineering particular job in that sense, and of that populace of 100, 75 of them are men and 25 are women. And if you account for with competence, it is on a probabilistic level, it is almost certain that 3/4 of the population getting those jobs would be men. So the point I'm trying to make here is that I am all for society for choosing. If there is a particular job and it requires 100 candidates, it doesn't matter to me if there are 99 men and one female candidate, or on the contrary, if there are 99 female candidates and one male candidate. I wouldn't want to be living in a society where individuals get discriminated against simply because of the way they orient themselves. This could be in terms of their genders, in terms of their ethnicities, in terms of their religious leanings, in terms of political leanings, whatnot. So that's a really important thing to put forward, and without that, I feel that it would become really horrific if we went down simply dividing by group identities. Why do I feel this? Is because first of all, how many group identities would you account for? We are talking about men and women right now, but then there are so many other ways of looking at it. I mean, the radical leftist types talk about that looking at people in a victim-oppressor narrative is the only way of looking at the world. And what that does is that when you start accounting for the group identities, you started off with sex, there is gender, there is let's say nationalities, there is ethnicities, there is religious leanings. So the point I'm trying to make here is that we will inevitably keep creating more and more of these identities as we start going by the egalitarian way of looking at the world and trying to make society more equitable. So, and what happens then? If I am an individual, I may as well be part of multiple groups. So a clear example here could be, we started off with, let's say, women in politics as a measure. Someone can easily come up and say, but what about black women in politics? And then another person can come up and say, what about the black LGBTQ women in politics? Another person can come up and say, what about the black Asian LGBTQ women in politics? So this can keep trickling down until and unless we come down to the individual. which is what I always enforce, is that when you are looking for anyone in a particular job or anyone in a particular industry, and you want to be basing them, you have to be basing them as an individual and on their competence, because other than that we will not be getting anywhere. I understand that there is a lower representation of certain people in certain industry, but that is, in my opinion, because of inherent choice of some individuals not wanting to go into some industries. And to cure that, we have to have equal opportunities on the grassroots level, so equal education for everyone. But as I mentioned with the Scandinavian study, that will not account for equality of outcome. Why do I feel equality of outcome is such a, not only a bad way of looking at the world, but also it can also become a very horrific way of looking at the world. And the radical leftists who actually propagate, and the egalitarian types who propagate this idea of equality of outcome, don't actually know the severity at which historically we have gone into making societies more egalitarian. So I would like to point forward works of Dostoevsky and Solzhenitsyn. This is especially in relation to Soviet Russia. So Solzhenitsyn wrote this brilliant book called The Gulag Archipelago, where he outlined how Soviet Russia went beyond anyone really in making society egalitarian, and the steps they took are totally horrific. And this is the sort of doctrine I feel society will go down into if we do go down through the equality of outcome doctrine. And what happened was that in Soviet Russia, there were 6 million Ukrainians who died, 6 million kulaks who died, and this is a horrific number which no one talks about, which none of the Marxists talk about, because they feel that the Soviet Russia's representation of Marxism wasn't the true representation of Marxism, which is a totally wrong way of looking at history. So what actually happened was that these peasant farmers who were actually competent peasant farmers, and were actually, I think the number was something like they were contributing to 85 to 90% of the food that was grown in Soviet Russia. And I think there were only 5% of the farmers who were contributing to 85 or 80% of the food grains that were grown in Russia, were labeled as oppressors, because it was almost like they'd oppressed every other farmer, every other individual in society to reach where they had, and not because they were inherently more competent than others in society. So what this did was that there were mobs that were released on these peasantries, on these kulaks, and were killed alive because they had basically a few square meters above what was actually allowed in society. And this simply went to such a bad road of looking at things that women were actually pregnant women's who were starving, and whose children were starving, who went out on the fields to pick up some grains which were not sent in, let's say, to the authorities to divide it equitably to society, and the authorities sent in individuals who went to these farms and shot these pregnant ladies from their back. So the point I'm trying to make is that when we try to make society more equitable, we will simply keep going down into loops. Because to what extent are you going to be making society more egalitarian? Is it simply on money? Is it on happiness? There is no way we can say that when we look at individuals, there is something I have and something that the other doesn't have. So it's really difficult to get a level ground on that sense. I think I've gone over my time here. This is something I would like to explore much more, but these are some reasons why I feel equality of opportunity is the best way of looking at the world. But we have to understand equality of outcome will not be achieved. If it's great if it's achieved, but it shouldn't be enforced rather in society. Thank you, and sorry for taking a couple of extra minutes.
Thank you so much, Ishan, for that. And I think that's a fantastic way to start the day, because this whole conversation about equality of opportunity on one hand and equality of outcome on the other is a very important conversation to reach a place, as what you mentioned, where we actually have a world where there is equality and opportunity. But till then, it's a long way to go, my friend. And there's a lot that we need to do to be able to reach that world. And hopefully, we will get there. And perhaps maybe providing equality for outcome in the short term may also be one of the ways in which we reach the end objective that you seek as well. But for the here and the now, next up, we've got Aditi. Aditi, why don't you come and talk to us about what you want to say, and keenly looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I would start by asking certain questions, and I'd really appreciate if we were all honest with ourselves, because, well, who are we kidding? So, imagine a friend of yours has posted something that you don't agree with. It might be about a recent controversy, it might be something political, it might be something related to something they watched, or anything. It could be anything, and you don't agree with what they're saying. How many of you will actually take out the time and text them or hit them up or call them up and say, hey, you know what? I don't agree with what you've said, and I'd really like to talk to you about it, and I'd like to know why you think the way you think, and I'd like to tell you why I think the way I think. How many of you will actually do that? I'm honestly sure that the number is really less. Then how many of you have had those Twitter discussions, or how they call it, the Twitter battles? How many of you have actually had those and, have had a very fruitful discussion with someone? How many of you? Again, I'm sure the number is really less, because Twitter has all become about pointing fingers at one another, saying what you want to say and not actually listening to the other side, listening to various sides of one particular argument. Now, why is this happening today more than ever? Because we have a platform today that we did not have earlier. We have a platform today that allows us to say whatever we want to without a lot of liability for what we say. We don't have to fact check it. We don't have to read about it. We just have to say it, and that's the end of it. That's the end of the story. And due to our busy lives, due to the really busy schedules that all of us have today, it is very convenient for us to do that. We read the first thing about a certain issue, and that's how we form our opinions, and that's how we post about our opinions and, influence other people's decision making and opinion making process. So the problem today is that we don't actually have the time to read. And if we don't have the time to read, we believe everything that we see and we read, whatever little that might be. And even if we have the time to actually read up, the mainstream Indian media has become so biased that that's actually going to be futile, because it's not just a particular side that Indian media is leaning towards. It's everywhere. If there is a left side, there is a left side. If there is a right side, it's really extremely right. It's a center side. They'll be so confused about whatever they say that it's not going to make sense to you. So the problem with Indian mainstream media and their news reporting, and not just in the broadcast stations but also in newspapers, is that they give you biased information. And if they give you biased information and they overgeneralize everything by saying, for example, nowadays if you read newspapers or you see news, when when there is any I'd specifically give an example, when there is a rape news, and by any chance if the victim is from the Dalit community, the headline will be, Dalit girl was raped. Now, there might not actually be a relationship with her being raped and her community, as to which community she belonged to. And the perpetrators might not actually even be from a higher community, or they might even be Dalits themselves. But how it is portrayed is that It's this simple headline that's infusing something in your mind. It's telling you something more, but also it's telling you something really less. It's not giving you the entire details, and you've read that particular line, now you formed an opinion, and now you're talking about it without actually ever going into the detail of it. This is how we form opinions without being well read. And this is how the Indian mainstream media has been influencing our opinions. Now, what this has done it has made us fall victim to the political propaganda surrounding the country's atmosphere right now. And this political propaganda obviously is very subtle, as it is supposed to be. Political propagandas are always very subtle. And we've all become a victim to it somehow or the other. We have all started to become extremists. I'm not saying that, only this particular section of society is extreme, or only people believing in this certain ideology are extreme. We're all extreme in what we do and we say, because today we have become very rigid with our opinions. The insecurity that has crept into our minds is really going to harm us one day. It's the rigidity of not listening to what others have to say is what the problem is. Now, I'll come to a recent example of one such extreme conversation that I came across, and I'm sure that everybody must have. It's the Tanishq ad controversy. Now, being a mass media student, I saw that ad almost 24 hours before the whole controversy started and before it became a very big thing and everybody started having a discussion about it. Now, as I saw the ad for the first time without actually knowing that there was going to be a controversy about it, the ad was very simple for me. It was just a very beautiful portrayal of a relationship between a mother-in-law and a daughter-in-law, which, by the way, has been very wrongly portrayed in the Indian serials all the time. I just believe that it was a really beautiful portrayal of a relationship between two women and two communities, two religions, and that was that for me. It was nothing more than just a marketing strategy for a brand like Tanishq. And what surprised me was the debate that started around it. And in that moment, I realized that there is something that these people, others, the people attacking Tanishq, saw that I did not. And I realized that it is this propaganda that is happening in the country from a very long time. It's not just today or tomorrow that has led to this. It is the time frame. It's a huge timeline that has led to the way people think today. And that was fine. I could see why people could have objections and what was happening, and I lost my mind when I came across the debate with the same ad about sexism and how that ad was very sexist about women, and how it showed that women, it was very, the birth giving process is the most important part of a woman's life and all of that. And it surprised me further, because that moment I realized that people are going to debate about everything, and it might not even be consequential. I mean, it just surprised me. Now, the other incident that I believed that just surprised me as to why were people even debating about it was when Zomato announced that they'll be giving menstrual leaves for their female employees, 10-day extra leave. And I read that before the controversy started again, because I'm really regular with my news intake. And I really respected the company for doing what they did, and I was really glad to see what they've done, and I felt a step in the right direction. And then I came across the debate again, and it was really surprising how people had very strong opinions about what Zomato did. Like, something as simple as a decision like that had so many opponents and so many opposition from women themselves. And I appreciate debate. I definitely do. I understand the importance of debate. And I would never say that people should not have discussions, or people should, not discuss. They should. But it should be something debate worthy. It should have something which needs to be discussed. And at certain points of time, I believe that this extremism is spewing so much hate into our society that we are actually becoming a very hateful society. Everything and literally everything, we start hating on it, and there is a very extreme reaction to everything that happens today. Uh, People will jump into support of someone. People will jump against in support in opposition of someone, and there'll be so much hate for that person for a particular remark, and they'll be given death threats and rape threats for women, and all of that makes us question who we are as a society today and who we will become tomorrow again. I believe that what is the main problem today is our rigidity and unavailability of time. We don't have time, so we don't read properly. And the opinions that we form very rigid opinions. We do not have an open mind, and we do not want to listen to what other people have to say. Now, I understand that what I'm going to say next might not be really easy to do, but that is, I think, in my opinion, it is the right way to go. And I'd be really open to discussing this further if we have the time. I would really suggest the three things for people to do. First, start reading. Please start reading. If you read about issues, if you read about certain things, you will be well equipped to form unbiased opinions if you're reading from the right sources. And always fact check everything that you read, because fake news has actually led us to question everything we read, and it's not that bad. Let's actually check everything we read. So first is, please start reading. Second is, please start listening. Please listen to what other people have to say, because listening will actually help you understand why they think the way they think. And if you want to make someone understand why you think the way you think, the best way to do that is to understand why they think the way they think, and then maybe you can make them understand what is your basis of the argument, or what is your basis for what you're saying. The third thing that I really believe in is to understand. To understand, not just listen, but to understand what the other person is saying and why they are saying it, to understand their background and their psychological process into forming that particular argument or particular discussion. So I'd say if we do these three things regularly, all of us in this digital era, it's a golden time. It's not supposed to be as dark as it is today. It can be a really beautiful time where we actually sit, discuss important issues in a respectable manner. We can actually make use of the platforms that we have today to do something so much better than what is happening today. And I honestly believe that we, the people of my generation, especially Gen Zs and millennials, it's our time to do right by our society. It's our time to understand the implications of this extremism that has been happening the last few years. Let's change things. Do your bit. Read up, listen to what the other person has to say, understand, talk about it, discuss it, debate about it, but always in a respectable way. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditi, for that. I think it's something that all of us need to ask ourselves, right? What is it that's keeping us so busy that we can't take the time out to have conversations, to express our opinion, to agree and disagree with things that people say to us? It's quite astounding, right? And it happens to the best of us. It happens to me. There's so many times when I hear something and even I would let it slide, if I may, right? And I know how wrong it is. It keeps me up at night thereafter, whereas it would have been so much simpler if I could have just have opened my mouth, had a conversation right then and there, and been more at peace with myself, that actually I've addressed something that I did feel was untoward, was not appropriate, or was just alternate to the viewpoint that I hold, and at least I got it out there, right? Either to convince the other person or just have myself be convinced about the alternate view. But one way or the other, I think conversation just becomes so much more critical and so much more important important in our world today, and especially with everything that you spoke of, right? Because I think the hunt for independent media just becomes so much more stronger in terms of its requirement for our world today, and it's everything that you've said just makes me wonder how we are going to be able to find more and more independent media to give us the kind of information that we actually deserve to know in terms from a factual perspective. Next up, we've got Amatullah, who I have to tell you this, right? She's one of those individuals who during our session on A, which is where we advocate for the alternate viewpoints, you just couldn't spot the fact that she was advocating for an alternate viewpoint. She just seems so invested in the alternate viewpoint that it was an absolute delight to hear what she had to say then, and I'm really looking forward to what she has to say now. So Amatullah, all over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Amatullah Batriwala, and today I will be assessing the practicality of UBI in India. Universal Basic Income is a policy that has a myriad of benefits in different spheres. It can prove beneficial for providing an economic security net for the unemployed and also encourage entrepreneurial ventures among the middle income groups. However, today I will be focusing mostly on its benefits with respect to alleviating poverty. Before I start off with my discussion of the Universal Basic Income, I would like to take a couple of minutes to actually talk about poverty. Poverty is an umbrella term which considers many factors, including non-economic ones. There are many economic schools of thought with differing definitions and understanding of poverty and alleviation from poverty. Today, I will be considering the neoliberal ideas inspired by J.M. Keynes. In this, greater importance is given to the government as a machinery for lifting people out of poverty. In terms of determining poor people, I will be referring to the international line of poverty, which is set at $0.90 as of 2011. While India also has its own measure of poverty in the form of Tendulkar line, the criticism for it being too low has made me decline it for this particular discourse. Taking the international line will also enable me to bring in a global perspective to the issue. I will also be briefly looking at the idea of multidimensional poverty, which looks at three complexities in the lives of poor people, especially in the main areas of health, education, and standard of living. Now, coming to UBI. The Government of India over the years has rolled out numerous welfare schemes for the alleviation of poverty. Some of them, like PDS and MG Narega, are quite popular. However, when you go through the list, we see that there are numerous overlaps in different schemes like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana and Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana. Some are also quite inefficient and cause a huge fiscal burden on the state. Additionally, the benefits of these schemes can be quite hard to track. I do not disagree with the fact that these schemes are helpful, but I also believe that they can be an administrative burden and are not sustainable. It is against this backdrop that I consider a scheme like Universal Basic Income to be the answer for improving the lives of poor people while also contributing to the overall economic growth of the country. Universal Basic Income is an economic proposition which aims to provide direct, in-cash transfers to everyone within a geographical region. Broadly, three components can be considered in UBI: universality, unconditionality, and direct cash transfers. The idea of UBI that I want to discuss today doesn't follow two of these three preconditions. They are universality and unconditionality. The reason that I do not believe in universality is simple. The cash shouldn't go to those who don't need it. Not only is it a financial burden, but it also increases the purchasing power of people who already have enough to sustain themselves. This may lead to either conspicuous spending on a micro level or inflation on a macro level. The latter would ultimately make the money that the poor received comparatively useless due to an increase in prices. Unconditionality is another factor that I don't entirely support. This discourse was inspired by my economics professor, Dr. Menezes, who introduced me to the example of Brazil. Brazil has opted for conditional cash transfers, where the people have to fulfill certain conditions to gain the benefits. This helps on two levels. On a psychological level, it removes the hesitance for a person who might view it as free money, and on a social level, it contributes to the overall growth of the society. Therefore, some preconditions should be attached to these transfers in a way that benefits the society as a whole. Additionally, the actual amount delivered should be indexed to the inflation rates. The policy that I want to propose for cash transfers should be aimed at the poorest of the poor, that is, the people below the poverty line, and certain prerequisites should be attached to these transfers, which could be focused in areas of health, education, or even personal development. These conditions should not be economic in nature. One instance of such a condition could be the enrollment of children in school or regular health checkups for pregnant women and compulsory vaccines for children. This would help strengthen the socio-cultural factors of the community. Another thing to be considered here should be that every person of the household receives the same amount of payments and in their individual names. However, a household will receive these transfers for only 2 children. This limitation would be necessary to avoid population explosion and could also serve as an incentive for family planning. There should also be provisions for when someone would stop being eligible for this scheme. Some considerations in this regard could include the long-term economic sustainability of the family. The threshold for stopping these transfers should be determined in a way that people do not gain less outside of the scheme as compared to what they were gaining while being a part of it. I would now like to talk about the implementation of this conditional basic income scheme. One of the biggest factors to assess in terms of practicality is the financial burden it would have on the GDP of the country. According to the Economic Survey of 2016-17, which dedicated an entire chapter to the proposal of universal basic income, this burden was pegged at 4.6% of the GDP, while the current social welfare schemes cost 3.7%. While the question of where the extra funding will come from remains, economists have proposed adjusting the current subsidies and expenditure to fill this gap. Bringing in the help of international organizations could also be a way to solve this problem. Another question to consider would be the delivery mechanism of these transfers. While speaking about this, ex-PM Dr. Singh in 2012 had supported the idea of a unique ID linked to the bank accounts, which would help make these payments directly into the bank account of the beneficiaries. While banks are the ideal choice, we cannot refute the fact that rural areas do not have a very good banking structure. Additionally, people might have to travel miles and depend upon others to actually receive the cash. In this case, I believe localized help in the form of citizen engagement through NGOs and volunteering students can help strengthen this infrastructure. In spite of this, the long-term aim should be to make all these transfers digital and make the people self-reliant in withdrawing these transfers. One of the most important concerns of the policy, especially cash transfers instead of services, is the wasteful spending that might be undertaken by the beneficiaries, especially the males, in the form of drinking and gambling. While I believe that the poor are prudent in their spending choices, a more tangible proof can be viewed in the outcomes of the pilot scheme which was undertaken in 2 villages in Madhya Pradesh. The final results presented by F.A.I.R, the organization which undertook these projects, showed an overall improvement in health, nutrition, and economic stability of the family. This in part goes to show the wise spending choices of the targeted beneficiaries. However, I do believe that there should be corrective measures in case of continuous wasteful spending or for not meeting the conditionality criteria. One instance of a corrective measure could be the slashing of the provided income for a couple of months. If the family still refuses to show improvement, the payments can be suspended altogether. Brazil's Bolsa Familia scheme is a case in point. In line with corrective measures, another arm of this policy should be the setting up of an independent review committee with adequate representation from both the academia as well as the bureaucrats. The reason I propose this committee is so that it can monitor the behavior and the spending patterns of the beneficiaries. It would allow constant upgradation of the scheme by considering and implementing on-ground feedback and suggestions. If we talk about the geographical location and targeted beneficiaries, I believe this scheme should be implemented in phases, especially in a country with different demographics and economic needs like India. The point of focus can be rural poor because of comparative stability in living places as well as community living spaces. The conditional basic income scheme should ideally look at bottom up implementation starting from individual districts and state and then moving on to a national level. According to a UNDP report of 2018, four states that face acute multi-dimensional poverty are Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh. These could be the states where the implementation of pilot schemes can be looked at. This kind of implementation would also allow for a good feedback mechanism and better development and implementation of the policy on a national level. Before winding up, I would also like to talk about some of the behavioral and social changes that can be brought about by this policy, aside from mere economic upliftment. One of the benefits that the policy can cause is gender equality. In rural areas, women seldom go out to work. They do not have any means of income and are financially dependent on their husbands. When both the partners will get the same amount of money, it could result in greater autonomy for the woman and an increase in self-confidence. The policy could also have a positive impact on migration in the long term. If workers are able to find basic means of sustenance, they may be open to the idea of staying in their home state and finding better employment there. It may additionally encourage them to start entrepreneurial ventures with the backing of a basic income. It could also help to free the beneficiaries from the debt traps of local landlords. It would ultimately result in the economic stability of the village. A system like this would also save the poor from economic shocks like the current pandemic. However, all these are long-term benefits of the scheme provided that it is implemented effectively and efficiently. This is just a glimpse of the possibilities that a policy like conditional, or for that matter even universal basic income holds, provided that it is adjusted to fit the needs of India by taking into account some of the things that I have outlined so far. If this doesn't happen, the policy may just get added to a long list of failed experiments. I believe with the economic shock in the form of COVID-19 and also the census coming up next year, now is a very good time to discuss the merits and possible implementation of basic income in India.
Thank you, Amatullah. I think you've hit the nail on the head, right? Now, while of course there may be people who may agree with you, disagree with you, may have other ideas, may have more nuanced thought processes and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, I think what you've spoken of is just so true. There are enough people in this world, enough smart people in this world. If we all got together and got ourselves in a room, we could find a way to make this work, right? We could find a way to make this work and not take the easy way out, not take the simpler route towards achieving equity and equality as what we keep talking about. And it's always amazed me as to why we don't give things like this as much relevance and importance as we should. Because as with yesterday, one of the points that we spoke of was that the delta that currently exists economically in our world today is not between the super rich and those who can just about make their ends meet, but the delta is actually between the super rich and those who can't make their ends meet, right? And for us not to be doing something actively about them and not to be giving it the kind of importance that we can give and we should give, it just seems extremely criminal. And I really do hope that people take inspiration from what you've said, hear out your ideas, and perhaps give their own understanding and interpretation to your ideas, agree with them, disagree with them, but at the end of the day, reach the objective that you are also seeking to reach. Because I think that really is the key to this entire conversation about universal basic income and the whole idea of economic disparity. Next up, we've got Inayat, who is our resident doctor to be. She's also written a book on the UN SDGs, which I would recommend for all of you to go and try and find and read. It's called A Million Dreams by Inayat Singhal. It's a wonderful book. I've read bits and pieces of it, and I think more than that, just the conversations with her, I know the kind of thought that she puts into everything that she does. So absolutely wonderful individual who I'm really looking forward to hearing talk to all of us right now.
Hi everyone! नाम करेगा बेटा हमारा ऐसा काम करेगा. Means that the father says the child will earn a good name. My child will strive to work for the same. My friends wrote these lyrics of a Hindi song for me on the last day of the 10th grade, but they also added the suffix of poor auntie to it. They did this knowing the fact that I was really confused between choosing amidst humanities subjects and science subjects in the 11th grade, which is seen like a decision that defines the very existence of your, like, very purpose of your existence as a human being. I took up science only to realize that I liked science, but I loved the social connections and communication. And that's when, that's what brings me to why this title. The title is basically taken from one of Oliver Sacks' books of his interactions with patients, where there's this one guy who's suffering from visual agnosia, where he can't distinguish his wife from his hat. So basically, I am the man who mistook his wife for a hat, where my hat was the science, while my wife was the social and science. I got through medical student school somehow, and by the third year, I realized that my friends were actually right. So my poor mom had to deal with a crazy medical student finding herself in the midst of a world that integrated the science of medicine and the social of science, basically a world that did not exist. So what follows next is 6 points that I have thought about to make you think of why this integration is needed, which I'll start by asking a question. What comes to your mind when you think of a chair? I'm sure it must be different things for different people, but I'll tell you how I look at it. To me, it's a structure made of zillions of atoms that react with oxygen molecules in the air, which, when polished well, will cause less friction, which I sit on if for too long, it will press my sciatic nerve and I'll have to go to a doctor. Which a psychologist somewhere says defines indirectly how much our waist size should be through its mathematical dimensions, which might lead to a feminism movement somewhere in the world, and which a businessman is trying to sell in the least possible price. So, my question is the chair a science, a social, an art, or a math? Well, I call it integration. So that's coming together of science for the society through mathematical designs to make a whole, in this case, a chair. So first I'll talk about Bitty Tiki Ray, who was a patient from the Sachs book on the man who mistook his wife for a hat. So Ray basically had a Tourette's, which is a neurological syndrome where one produces abnormal voices when one talks like whack whack. So he went to Dr. Sachs for treatment, who gave him the medicine that he required. But Ray was also a musician, and while Ray was cured for the Tourette's, he was also cured for his music. Turns out that he needed those voices to make his music. So he went back to Dr. Sachs for help, who, defying the modern medicine, told him to take medicine 5 days a week and create music on the other 2 days. What is so intriguing in the story is that what is seen as a treatment failure in the modern medicine was precisely the best solution for Ray. And this makes me question, is this the bias that we people of science have, that the book knows the best, that makes us forget that these books come from case studies and experiments basically done to understand these very individuals and from these very individuals' experiences? Which brings me to my second point, where I like to take you on a journey to two different time periods in history. One is where, amidst the ancient Greek democracy, social studies was born through analysis of the society, and another where a female portrayal of liberty amidst French Revolution defined modern democracy through social sciences of research and survey. Another science that rose in the midst of these revolts was that of modern medicine, which, very interestingly, most of us think to be a science, but to me, basically what was born out of the democratic awareness that the common man was suffering. Until this point in history, I think we took both these components in a very integrated way. So where did we get lost? Which is precisely my third point. We probably with time retained the fact that we need to earn money, but we forgot that why do we need to do it, the purpose behind it. I was told that there are no bad questions, there are only bad answers. And I guess that we just stopped asking. Why do I want to be a PhD student? Why do I want my child to be a doctor? Why do I want to win a Nobel Prize? Why do I want to do a TED talk? So, on basically, all that has happened is that we forgot that science found its roots in democratic principles of for the people. So, are we actually teaching the art of science or the art of learning the science? And hence, even though I see the existence of liberal arts, but despite the DNA of every individual being different, we don't see the prevalence of liberal science. Which brings me to my fourth point, goals versus dreams. I've always had a good laugh when NEET toppers, which is basically a medical entrance exam in India, say that their dream was to secure a top rank. While I understand that being a goal and sometimes even a necessity, but dream is something big. To me, it is what one lives for. And personally, something like helping ensure security in healthcare could be a much better use of our potential. Dr. L.C. Boulding, in a conference for disarmament of nuclear weapons, once asked that what kind of a world that are you dreaming of once this disarmament happens? People looked at each other blankly and said that wasn't their job just to disarm. The short-sighted goal made them forget that the purpose behind these actions was something much bigger, and hence they forgot their dreams altogether. And how could they create something that they did not even envision? Understanding that I'm very fortunate to be given the wings to dream through my education, I don't blame people, but a system for not asking students, be it of any age or stage, what is your dream? And when these goals that we see as means of instant gratification get superseded by sustained efforts towards the dream, the technology like one built towards food diversification by World Food Program will find wings of food aliens to fulfill the dream of no hunger across the world. Second to last, I will like to talk about how can we create this integration? Is it like even possible? When I first went to med school, I thought it will have many clubs like shown in the movies, only to realize that none existed, nor were the students interested. Most had walked into med school hearing study very hard. However, I applied for most extracurriculars, and two such activities were applying for the FAIR project and writing my book, A Million Dreams. I thought that by doing these, I would learn about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. However, apart from learning that Ramit can talk endlessly, I discovered my own self. Through my book, I reflected that how a person is born out of one's experiences. Through talking out loud about my father's suicide, I learned the goal of peace and justice while how bossing around when I got the opportunity to teach a young boy, I learned the goal of quality education. Personal introspection has taught me that this dream of sustainable future existed in my goals of being a good daughter, sister, friend, and student while continuing to be myself. Through fact finding, I understood how, based on little that we know, uh, we define how things should be, which the arrogance of being a medical student had taught me very well. Through advocating for the other side, I gained the insight that everything in this world has 7.2 billion perspectives, more than that. And looking at the perspective of the individual right in front of you is what matters the most. Through interrogating, I learned the bias that I have attached with every statement that I pass, every research I do. And the reasoning and rationalizing has taught me that a fairer world, one with a million dreams, shall only come about if we are ready to learn and unlearn. So basically, I learned the art of dreaming, questioning, and above all, the art of science through the exploration that I did in the fields of humanities via laws, acts, linguistics, and anecdotes. Last but not the least, I would question the obsession that we have with standardization in our system. I understand that it leads to certain quality, but if obsessed over, might lead to inertia of rest taking over science. I have a funny anecdote to elaborate on this point. Once a senior batch in my college went to take their exams and they were told to find the heart sound of the patient. They all went towards the left side of the patient into the fifth intercostal space and told the professor that they felt the heart sound. Relieved that the test was easy, they all came out. And when finally the professor came out, he told them that they all had failed. Why? Because the patient was suffering from situs inversus, which basically meant that the patient's heart was on the right side. It was hilarious. This incident, however, made me question, is it the standardization in our system that is making us rigid to not find dreams in us but in our goals? Is it this very system that makes an Inayat choose between Inayat the medical doctor or Inayat the social activist? Is it this system which tells me that your goal is to gain knowledge while forgetting that wisdom means applying the knowledge into society? Why do I have to choose between the science and the social when all I want to do is be Inayat the girl who dreams to save billions of lives? By pointing out why do I want this integration to exist, of how the history urges us to do the same, of how education and questioning propel this movement of integration forward, of how reminding ourselves about our dreams will realize the potential of science, of how I feel obsession with standardization can be done away with, and last but not the least, of how I am challenging to achieve this integration in my life. My best hope is for you all to not be the man I was. I hope you can see that your wife and your hat are perhaps two different things. Thank you.
You know, Inayat, I have to say that hearing everything that you've spoken of, I of course agree with everything that you've said, but you've done it, right? And you've seen the fact that what a little bit of drive actually allows an individual to do, and you've achieved that. Frankly, from my perspective, from writing books to be a part of the FAIR project to continuing to pursue your education in medical sciences, it's a fantastic amalgam of initiatives, right? Which help you develop into the holistic individual that you are, and talk about the things that you have done so passionately about. And look at the rest of the 32 around you as well, right? We've got Om, who is a Spanish professor. We've got Ayush, who's a toxicologist. Ishita is working in the sports sector. People are studying business. People are studying economics. But at the end of the day, they've all come together. All your colleagues have come together for the FAIR project because it was their initiative. No one told them to do it. It's something that they felt that they wanted to be a part of, along with everything else that they were doing in life. And they managed to. And I think that's the real important point that all of us need to try and understand and figure out for ourselves, right? That at the end of the day, if we keep asking for systemic changes, right, it may become a little difficult because at the end of the day, our entire world revolves around commerce. And, you know, as what Karthika spoke of as well about the commodification of human beings, there are jobs that need to be done, right? And that's the here and the now. That's the reality that we live in. That's the reason why education systems are so focused on developing the skills and imparting the education that allows individuals to get jobs at the end of their education, right? So taking all of that into account, I think the real point is for people like you, those around you, to talk to others, make them realize that, guess what, if you do want to be educated holistically, it is in your hands. You do have the opportunity to be able to do so if it is something that you recognize that you need to do. And once that happens, I think whether it's the social sciences or the physical sciences, they will end up being taught together, and everyone will then have that wonderful amalgam of initiatives that they undertake that develop them into holistic, not just students, not just people who are doing jobs, but as holistic human beings in total. So fantastic talk, and I thank you so much for that. Next up, we've got Amisha, who is one of the doers of our group, always eager to get on the ground and actually execute some of the ideas that she has, from having worked in Himachal a few years ago to now starting her own initiative for co-curricular activities for kids, which we all wish her all the best for. But before she gets busy with that, she does have a lot to say to us today. So Amisha, all over to you.
Greetings to everyone who is listening. My name is Amisha, and I'm going to talk about the interplay between education and the economy. But before that, I would like to thank the FAIR team for all the wonderful matter sessions that they arranged for us over the past couple of months. All engagements on the platform provided to me and my fellow changemakers have been truly refreshing, and there could not have been a better way to spend that time. Now, getting back to the matter at hand. The topic of education has always been very close to me. I think my interest in the field of education originates from the fact that my mother is a teacher, because of which I have seen the functioning of educational institutions very closely. My connect with the field further strengthened when I moved to Delhi for college and started volunteering to teach underprivileged children at a school near my housing accommodation. Through my experience, I was privy to two very different realities of education in India. Where I studied, I was no stranger to indulgent upbringings. Seated in a classroom lined with expensive bags, my peers and I would often discuss the suffrage caused to us by the oh so dogmatic education system of India. A stark contrast to the central university I am now studying in. It is where students take to the streets so that that very dogmatic education system can cover a greater expanse. A contrast still to the students in the NGO run school near my housing accommodation. Within it, little boys and girls struggle to fulfill their desire of completing homework given to them by their version of a dogmatic institution, lest they should fall asleep because they haven't had a meal in 8 hours while their mum was away earning to be able to cook one. This is the first, most grounded connect I could pick between education and the economy. There are many takers of the commodity called education, each with varying paying capabilities, but is anyone really getting what they're paying for? Is everyone paying in the same currency? Is everyone even paying for the same outcome? Starting with the fundamentals, what does education give us anyway? There are two perspectives on this. Education is either development itself or a means to economic development. In the former, education leads a society towards scientific thought, away from superstition and primitive ideologies. Sociopolitical benefits like equality between genders also exist, among other things. For example, statistically, an increase in literacy rate of women is associated with an equal fall in child mortality rate. Long term social benefits of investment in education are very large, and therefore, an increase in education level can be perceived as well development itself. But do primary stakeholders really care for this? Well, if I go back to my experience and think about it, at school, my peers and I were working on our education so that we could go to college. The cost was monetary, and very few of us thought of jobs we would eventually get. Job prospects are now the hot topic in college for everyone alike. Though students differ in goals and ambitions, it would be safe to say that almost everyone is looking for a job in the near future. If I was to make the same analysis for the kids in the NGO run school, their concerns revolve around the household income from a very young age. The payment made in education is not necessarily monetary, rather, it is the time spent that could have otherwise been utilized earning while working. Young children help out in the small family business like food shacks or a chai ki tapri, or find their own way to earn after the age of 14. The utility derived in these households from even the slightest increase in wages is very high, and unfortunately, on an individual level, giving those hours to schooling does not cover that opportunity cost. But isn't that a paradox? Allegedly, the society at large benefits from an investment in education. However, the benefit of making education accessible alone, in isolation of creating provisions to earn or giving monetary compensations to individual households, is not that great enough to incentivize education to individual stakeholders. While economic theory speaks of development of human capital through education as a means to developing industries and contributing to the economy, it also speaks of education being synonymous to development itself. The latter, when keeping in mind the reality, comes off as a little inadequate. So, if I were to paint a picture, imagine a student from a relatively underprivileged background going to high school at the age of 15. He could be spending this time contributing to the family income. His working would allow all members of the family to eat 2 meals a day instead of one. He doesn't, however, act on that fact. He risks poor health in order to be educated. He understands now, through education, the plight of his family and reasons behind it. He becomes more aware as a citizen and endorses scientific thought. However, his progress comes at the expense of sleeping hungry consistently. Employment is impossible due to the time constraints and the eventual hope that spending a lot of hours now would give him higher income later. While both learning and earning is a need, through this example, it does seem like there exists a trade off between the two. Such dilemmas were unimaginable for students that I studied with. So it may be stated that the need to earn is high among school students from poor households as opposed to those from relatively richer households. This, however, does not mean that the need to earn doesn't dawn upon those who are financially better off. In the penultimate year of college, that it is that everyone starts to seek a job in some capacity. For some, it is not as much as a need as it is a desire to be able to sustain themselves independently. For a segment, it is a step in the slow journey towards being held responsible for a small family unit. There are several reasons, but it is safe to assume everybody at some point would like to earn for themselves, regardless of whether or not they're able to act on it or do end up acting on it. The need being addressed and the time everyone addresses it is different, but it seems like the end goal is the same: to achieve some level of economic sustenance. To attain the same, under the current scheme of things, time put into education is affordable by some, but unaffordable by others, and that is the gap we should seek to bridge. If I had to explain it in my own words, I would say that for a majority of us, there comes a time when wanting to be further educated and being able to do so becomes a luxury. Yes, the two are supposedly intertwined, but in the practical scheme of things, that does not seem to be the case. So, where is the gap? How is my degree coming between me and my job? And why is it doing so when on paper this is exactly what should be making me eligible to earn? To set a premise, the general notion is that a higher educational qualification makes you eligible for higher paying and more reputed jobs in the formal sector. In theory, this happens in two ways. Firstly, studying for higher qualifications adds to one's productivity, and secondly, completing a degree signals the ability of a worker. If we were to consider the former, looking at India and the dogmatic structure within which it delivers education, it would be safe to say that the system's reliance on testing is not the best measure of one's capability. Any blog or a scroll on LinkedIn will reveal that employers look for communication, positive attitudes, teamwork, goal orientation, flexibility, integrity, accountability, among other things. But within the present scheme of things, none of this is explicitly taught to us in institutions. The new education policy makes an attempt to skirt around the topic while talking about vocational education and internships. Though a first for the system we operate in, it still seems insufficient. A sense of individuality that helps shape the aforementioned qualities are nowhere in sight. Rather, individuality is discouraged, and it almost seems like students are supposed to find their own path when it comes to the job market, relying on family members or coaching institutions. Development of human capital, therefore, is limited to coursework, which, unless you're enrolled in a professional course, is never sufficient. This makes employment in well paying jobs distant for all, more distant for some than others. On the second viewpoint of a degree having the ability to signal a worker's eligibility holds true on paper as well. But this again does not ensure a job at any point in time. In India, the increase in jobs in the informal sector is far more than the increase in jobs in the formal sector. The unemployment rate increases when we look at subsets of individuals with higher levels of education. The popularity and capacity of the informal sector may be assumed to be higher in all developing countries alike, considering 93% of the world's informal sector comes from them. So, if education isn't ensuring a higher paying job and the time investment is keeping individuals from earning menial wages, even in a scenario where the government is adequately funding education, the enrollment is not ensured, and that is the crux of my viewpoint. I believe that even though the social benefits of education are immense, to fructify them, it is important to keep the economy in mind. To make people employable and the job market welcoming is an area of policy that, in my opinion, should be explored further. The fueling of one in isolation of another is an incomplete victory. And on that note, I would like to sign off. Thank you.
You know, Amisha, hearing you speak after hearing Inayat's talk, where Inayat primarily spoke about the impact of multidisciplinary education in that sense on individuals, and where you've been talking about the potential of education to solve so many of the larger world issues that we have today, like gender inequality and so on and so forth. What really strikes me is that we need a multi-pronged approach towards education, right? So while I did mention at the end of Inayat's talk that those of us who are keen to receive multidisciplinary education always have that opportunity for ourselves to be able to do the initiatives and activities that allow us to become more holistic. But at the same time, while that's an onus on each individual, there is still an onus on the institutions to provide the kind of education that can rid us of the social evils that you're so speaking of. Because if we did that, it would be so easy and so simple to influence the billions of children all across the world and educate them about the right approach towards some of these things, right? And whether it's any sort of bias, any sort of discrimination, all of that can be nipped in the bud if our education system provided for it, right? And I agree with you completely, right? And this is again pulling back from what Kartika said right in the beginning of our very first talk, and it keeps coming back to us that human beings have now in a lot of ways been commodified, and which is where this entire focus of jobs that you spoke of as well comes about, right? And if we can try and alter that in any way, shape or form, I think we will find that we've been able to tackle much more than just education and employment, right? We need more educators like Rajesh Avasthi that I spoke of right in the beginning today about the FAIR dialogue that he came about, and about educationalists like him who actually put learning in the hands of students, right? Who actually help provide guidance to students rather than providing them with the knowledge that they could otherwise get anywhere else, because the role, as per him as well, of an educationalist is to provide much more to students than just what is written in the textbooks. So hopefully we'll have more educationalists like him. We'll have more people like you talking about this and impacting the way that educationists, students, our economic ecosystem, everyone looks at education as a whole, right? So one wonderful start, frankly, and I think it's going to get even better because we've got Javneet coming up, who all the way from Uri in Kashmir, who over his time with us over all these months has given us the sort of insight about Kashmir that we would have otherwise not received. And I know today he's going to be talking more about environment, but I think it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say, given the kind of perspectives that he carries with him based on his upbringing and being a vital part of the FAIR project and the entire process. So Javneet, all over to you.
Hello everyone. I Javneet hereby humbly express my thanks for your esteemed presence and interest in the subject Environment Impact Assessment Notification 2020. The environment is where we all meet, where we all have a mutual interest. It is the one thing all of us share. Rightly said by Lady Bird Johnson. India, with total area of 3.287 million square kilometer and with tree and forest cover of 24.56% of the geographical area, with such vast and diverse biodiversity, categorized from Group 1 tropical wet evergreen forest till Group 16 dry alpine scrub, hence could not meet the aspirations of most of its population in its draft Environment Impact Assessment Notification 2020. EIA invited the active criticism and participation from environmentalists, civil society, and several other organizations. Thus, the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change proclaimed to receive more than million comments to amend the provisions of EIA that missed to strike the balance between sustainable approach towards the development. The key areas and the reason to term the policy as anti-environment and anti-people were the draft EIA 2020 is subverting the constitution by limiting the inclusion of local decision-making bodies and public participation in the region. It takes away the power from affected communities to report environmental violations. Article 51, Clause A, Subclause G of the Indian Constitution clearly dictates that it is a fundamental duty of every citizen to protect and improve the natural environment, including forest, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. Hence, it is essential that a law on EI must inculcate such values. Dealing of violation cases on so moto basis, that is, cognizance of a violation, will only be considered through a report submitted by the government authorities or the project developer. Exemption to the projects from prior environmental clearance or prior environmental permission, that is EC or prior EP, under category B2 projects. For example, mineral manufacturing units, manufacturing of dyes, synthetic rubber, bulk drugs, and organic chemicals are exempted from EIA scrutiny. So, in the near future, we can see these units coming up near water bodies, and this will only aggravate the already polluted environment with people gasping for fresh air and water. Another alarming proposal is that it gives exemption to a long list of projects from the purview of EIA, which limits the public involvement. This includes any venture which the government deems as strategic projects, and hence no information on such projects shall be placed in the public domain. More than 1,70,000 villages are located in the proximity of forests. Dependence of people living near forest and earning their livelihood by minor forest produce MFP, which includes fuelwood, small timber, bamboo, etc., will get affected to a large extent. Hence, proper mitigation plan for them is still to be unearthed. There are large number of communities like Adivasis, peasants, and fisher communities whose lives mainly depend on the state of the environment. There is a massive gap between the requirement of ecologically sound development policy and the development of the region, specifically Seven Sisters, known as Northeastern States of India. EIA is not able to bridge this gap with mandatory identification of sustainable development initiatives, as the region is prone to multiple cycles of heavy floods, grade 5 earthquakes, and landslides due to hydrological and seismic fragility. Whereas the draft was praised by another majority of population. The category A and B list of projects, when subjected to expert appraisal committees upon their findings, if found positive, will prescribe assessment of ecological damage, remediation plan, and resource augmentation plan for the concerned project, and the project developer needs to adhere to the polluter pays principle. Category B2 projects exempted from prior environmental clearance or prior environment permission, such as solar photovoltaic power projects, development of solar parks, etc., will pave the way for promoting development and production of renewable energy. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, MNREGA, and other government sponsored schemes are getting strengthened, which will help to carry out a large list of projects for community works, example, digging of well for irrigation or drinking water purpose. Research and development activities, which are subjected to laboratory scale operations, are promoted in B2 projects, which can help to achieve the growth and development in a sustainable way. Recycling units registered under Hazardous and Other Waste Rules 2016 will minimize the production of goods to a certain extent and help to reduce the exploitation of the resources. Extraction of ordinary clay or sand by the Kumars potter to prepare earthen pots, lamp, toys, etc. is encouraged, which will not only reduce emissions but cater to the domestic customer requirements. Every anthropogenic activity mostly impacts environment in one or another way, and the consequences and harsh effect of global climate change is witnessed by both developed and developing nations, which includes melting of glaciers, forest fires, cyclones, change in precipitation patterns, droughts, heat waves, rising sea level, and increasing temperature, thus poses unique challenges to all life forms. To harmonize developmental activities with the growing environmental concerns rising day by day, we need an effective, efficient mechanism and flexible framework to reach the objectives of growth and sustainable development. For example, broad level analysis focusing on cross sector links and issues, multi stage process with variations incorporating wide range of developmental activities, alternative methods giving early warning of cumulative impacts, sector or regional wise, can be considered and implemented. EI needs to be evaluated in the background of the robust environmental principles operating at the national and international levels. The need of the hour demands active participation from the multi-stakeholders and also by following multimodal approach in framing laws governing extraction of resources and minerals from the only planet sustaining life, the earth. Mankind as it is developed today cannot live without taking up these activities, but environment cannot be sacrificed in a relentless, indiscriminate pursuit for development. Therefore, alternative plans such as strategic environment assessment, which are undoubtedly recognized as powerful means to steer the development project towards the sustainable path, must be considered. Finally, to conclude by saying, with the technological advancements made in weather forecasting, disaster management, early warning systems, satellite data to monitor forest fires, cyclones, etc., the interaction of flora and fauna with the humans can be worked out and managed more effectively. Thank you.
Again, Javneet, you've done it once again. I think every time that you speak, you find a way to balance all this knowledge that you have and all the facts that you possess and that you research, and balance that with the opinion that you end up giving, and giving very tangible solutions and suggestions to everything that you approach, frankly. And you've done that right through these months, and you've done it again today. And I'm extremely glad for it, because I think it epitomizes what the FAIR project is all about, right? It's not just about looking looking at one side of the story, which is very usual for people to do when they're looking at a policy, right? Where you would either find those individuals who are staunch supporters of a policy and those who would criticize it completely in a one-sided manner, right? But to be able to balance the two is a real skill set that we require in our world today, because at the end of the day, the idea is not about proving someone to be wrong or proving yourself to be right, but the idea is about doing what is the most appropriate for our world today, and which rarely happens if we are in the mode of being conflicting with another person's opinions versus being collaborative towards finding the end goal, which should be common, because at the end of the day, we are all human beings. We are all working towards humanity in one way or the other, right? So absolutely wonderful. What I do want to segue into for a few minutes before we move on to our next speaker, and I know Chinmay is waiting eagerly to have his say this evening, but I do want to talk about policy making in general, because it's something that, as all of you know, is something that we've spoken a lot about, and I do believe it's important to bring out the two real important things at both levels, right? The level one being at the level of the policy maker, and level two being at the level of the public at large, people like you and I, who are trying to influence policy, who are trying to help our government and our administration make the kind of policies that will serve all of us better, right? At the first level, at the policymaker level, I think one of the things that you mentioned, which was absolutely spot on, is that why is it that we cannot have policies that are different for different segments of society and different regions, right? Because their needs and requirements will be different, and not just in a country as large as India, which is of course as varied as it is, but even in other smaller countries as well, where even between every 10 kilometers there would be a different sort of need and requirement of the society. And if there is that sort of detail that we can bring into our policy making, I think there is a lot of advantages that we can get towards just making our world a better place overall, right? And it isn't that difficult. We've seen that, right? I think we've studied enough policies during these months that if we were to spend a bit more time on it, spend more dedicated hours, we would be in a place where we could actually figure out how do you tweak the policy for making it right for different regions without necessarily making it prejudicial to the other regions, right, in one way or the other. And I would hope that we have enough smart people running our government in administration, those who are not there yet but would be there if something of this sort could be done, right? That just brings me to the second level, right? I spoke about the policymaker, but if you look at the public at large, if you look at people like us who are always eager to try and lend a helping hand, I think what we also almost always must remember is what you did, is where you balanced the criticism with acknowledging what is right and trying to find solutions to what you believe could be improved, right? Invariably, when our government receives inputs from civil society, they're usually geared towards one particular agenda, right? And where we are expecting the government then to look at what our standpoint is based on who we are representing. We may be representing 3 or 4 stakeholders from maybe 10 or 20 that may actually be impacted. And that's what we actually put forth, right? But if we could actually change that, and if we could actually do a bit more effort, all of us who are part of civil society, to talk about all the alternate views as well, make it easier for the government to assess what we are saying by telling them that, guess what, we've also assessed everything else that you need to take into account when you're making your policy or considering our viewpoint, right? It just makes life easier for them, right? It makes our life easier as well, because then we are in a position to actually create influence and not merely just give viewpoints, which will then have to be assessed, cross-checked, and so on and so forth. That we can do the homework for them. It just makes life so much more simpler and makes the objective so much more achievable, right? So yeah, sorry, I took a bit of time on that, but that is something that I want to put out there. Next up, we've got Chinmaya, who spent the last 1 odd year of his life in Kohli Hills working with villagers there. I think a lot of things that we heard him talk about, and Shriparna as well, who you had heard yesterday, talk about, both of them are together actually, But both of them spoke so much about their experiences there that there was a lot of learnings from the ground level that we ended up getting in this entire process, right? Which was absolutely fantastic. He's going to be talking about education. He's a great advocate of it, and I'm really eager to hear what he has to say today to us. Chinmay, all over to you.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would just like to thank the whole F.A.I.R team for giving me this opportunity where I learned the whole F.A.I.R process, and now I am at a situation where I think more and I believe I know better ways before forming opinions. So today I'll be talking about the importance of equality before quality, and for that I'll just sharing this story with you all in the beginning. This is not a story, rather this is an incident last week. So I was out for covering a documentary, for making a documentary on how the medium of language at schools are not same as the language that one is learning from his childhood, and how these languages, the difference in the languages are causing problem in their development or in their learning. So while doing the documentary, I came to meet a person. He was a ex-principal of one government school. So one day he was going to someone's home on his bicycle, and a parent of some one student, he stops him and says, "Stop, are you planning to sell my children?" And the headmaster was going to give a good news to that parent, but he was just shocked. What happened? So he just asked, "Why? What I did?" Then the parents say, "You don't know? You really don't know? You are planning to sell my children out?" Then the principal thinks, let's give him the good news, it may calm him. And he says, "Do you know, your son got selected in Jawaharlal Navodaya Vidyalaya. He may get admission in JNV in our district." Then the parent get more furious and he says, "That is the reason. Are you planning to send my son out of his home? Are you planning to send him to a place where we will be not there for him?" Then the teacher realizes, the headmaster realizes, oh, this is the reason. Then he just say, "Okay, go and talk to Biswal about that." Oh, so Biswal is the head of that village. So he just says, "Go and meet Biswal and just talk to him." So from this story, you can see what is the situation in our country, in many communities. This is just a story from one community, but this is the reality in the most of the communities in backward classes, backward sections of our India. When we talk about the India and Bharat thing, this story belongs to Bharat. So when we are talking about quality education, recently Niti Aayog is recommending, and now it is finalized, that I will talk about Odisha. Around 15,000 schools are going to be merged, the merger scheme. So around 15,000 schools will be merged and they will be closed. So all the students from those schools will be shifted to a residential school, maybe in Cuttack or Bhubaneswar or any other big place. So the question should be, which are those 15,000 schools? Those schools will be from Western Odisha, from other downtrodden areas, other tribal areas. So what the government is planning is that they will be shifted to a place away from their home and they will be given quality education at that place. So as I shared the incident with you all can realize what will be the situation when we are going for this merger thing. I will also share an incident of last year when I met a headmaster of one school under the welfare department of Odisha government. So that principal said me, this year we got a so-called notice from the government, and the so-called notice was for why the result is 0 from that school, why no one was passed in that school. So you will be surprised to know that in that school where students from class 1 to 10th were studying, only that single headmaster was there, and he was also in charge. So what he writes in the so-called notice is just a single line: no teacher, no result. So I want you all to focus on the thing that the government is not providing enough teacher, but they have the audacity to ask why you are not performing well, why your school is not giving good result. This is the situation. There is no accountability of anything in our state. So when we are talking about this quality education and all the big words, I have this ladder of development or growth in my mind. In that ladder, there are steps. So the first step for me is equality, equal opportunity. And after 3-4 steps only, I believe there should be the quality step. Let's talk about the Corona time. What happened? We all were seeing how, we all realized how the online classes or online studies things got failed. This model was failed model. Why this happened? Why this occurred? All the students, most of the students from metropolitan cities, from places like Delhi, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur, they were able to join these classes. They were able to attend seminars and all, and nothing was hampered from that for them. But the story I was telling you initially, when the parent got angry, that place is somewhere there is no connectivity. If you go there, you will get no connection even for calling. How can you expect the student from there to read? And in defense to this, someone will say that okay, we'll send them to Bhubaneswar or somewhere after the merger thing, and they will get enough facilities. But at the time of Corona or any other pandemic, do you think that is sustainable? Because we are sending back them their home. So what I believe is, in the name of quality, taking the students away from their home and keeping them at one place. So, and what will happen is they will not learn their local culture, they will not know the name of their river, the name of the plants, the name of their forest, anything, everything. There will be a time when they will come back to their community after learning from outside, and they will be the one who will be against their own community. These are the things I believe will happen. Suppose there is one girl studying in a tribal area of Odisha, Western Odisha, in my district, and this merger thing is happening. What will happen? She will be not able to go outside her home. How can we expect that the government is going to take her to Bhubaneswar for her studies? And who can assure that that single girl, that girl is not going to become the PM or president of the same country? Can we assure that she will not be the one? So, what I believe is, in the name of quality, the steps like merger and this, we are leaving the other sections of society or neglecting the huge mass in the society. is something wrong and is something unfair to them. Just for an example, we are asking 10 people to come our home and telling them we will serve you food, just sit. We are giving plates to 5 of them only, and after that we start serving food to 10 of them. So don't you think this is unfair to the other 5 who are not given plates? Don't you think it is immoral? So I request you all to connect these dots, these examples, with the equality and quality thing of education and make your opinions. At the end, I will also tell that contrary to all the points that I made, contrary to everything that the points I made, I believe this is the hour where we should discuss about quality education, about quality in everything, in food and education and everything else, but without gaining equality, all these things seem superficial to me. Thanks you all.
I don't even know what to say, Chinmay, and I think it's this reality that you keep showing us again and again, as what you've done throughout this project, which is it's just so much needed in our world today to understand and recognize the different parts of society and what they actually need and require, right? Because from our standpoint, of course, if you ask anybody, everybody is going to tell you that yes, the quality of education must go up. But we're not necessarily looking at, as what you very rightly said, those individuals who may perhaps not be able to get access to that quality. And if accessibility is something that's missing in our world today, isn't that something that we need to solve for before we solve for quality, right? Of course, the ideal situation, as what any naysayer would end up saying, is that we do both and we actually work towards quality and provide accessibility alongside it. But when you recognize the kind of things that are happening and what you just mentioned, sitting in 2020, it becomes extremely difficult for at least me to agree to the whole idea that yes, quality must come before accessibility. I think it just takes me back to the conversation that I had with all of you right now about what Javneet spoke about policies, right? And he spoke from the perspective of environment, but the whole idea of policies being made to cater to the different societies that they are to be executed upon, I think this becomes extremely relevant and important to look at, right? I think without that, we are somewhere failing in our obligation towards all of society as either the government or the administration or even civil society as a whole, right? It's something that we really do need to look at. I think I also want to bring about what Amisha said, right? And that's adds just so much more value to what she had said when she said it, and now that you've spoken about something similar, the whole idea that the burden of learning, right, is just greater than the burden of earning, right, which basically ends up being that people will always choose to earn over learning in a lot of areas across our country and even in other parts of the world, right? And if we have to reduce that burden, we need to find ways in which we can make education much more accessible than it is today. And it's amazing how all of these conversations that all of you are having tie in so many different ways, right? And again, I take it right from the top from Kartika. About commodifying human beings, and then it's what happens in a consumer driven world, right? You're always looking at identifying the role that an individual plays in society and the job role that one needs to undertake, and then provide training and education to suit that job role, right? And unfortunately for us, we're probably at a place where we're saying that those who are in areas like the ones that you mentioned are better off merely farming. And I'm not saying merely, again, please don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, we're happy for them just to be farming or doing other tasks or coming to cities and doing labor-related work and so on and so forth, and not getting the kind of education that could otherwise move them up just the chain of society that we've got, whatever that may actually translate into, or at least movement, whatever way that they would want. But thank you so much, Chinmay, for that, again showing us the ground reality once again in all that you speak. Next up, we've got Sanjana, who's from Bangalore, where one of the things that she's always done is she sits at a place where behind her she's got the Kanagawa Okinamiura by Hokusai, which has always been extremely pleasing to the eyes. And in fact, we all thought there was a print, but it was actually painted by her sister, which just made everything just that much more appealing to us overall. But sorry, Sanjana, I was supposed to introduce you, but I ended up introducing the painting and your sister. Looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
So, I'm going to be talking about feminism. Hi everyone, I'm Sanjana and I identify as an intersectional feminist. A feminist is someone who believes in the equality of all genders, and intersectionality focuses on the fact that feminism can take different shapes and forms for different people because of the differences in the caste or class that they're born in, or on their political and social identities. So I know that feminism is a buzzword for a lot of people, and it will either make you log right off or it'll make you want to turn your volume a bit higher. So if you belong to the first category, I would ask you to stay put for a while and just see what I have to say. So I know that a lot of people say that we have equality now. So what's the need of feminism, right? Because women have the right to vote, the constitution mandates equal pay for equal work, and on top of that, women have their own cabin in the metro. So what's the big deal? The big deal is patriarchy, which is what the fight of feminism is against. Feminism is not against men, it's against patriarchy, which is the system which often enables men to have greater power than women. And the issue is that patriarchy is so deeply instilled and ingrained within all of us. And often, things that are unfair seem normal to us. For instance, it's normal for us to expect a woman to be at home before sunset. And it's normal for society to expect a mother to be the primary caretaker of her children. So today, I'm going to be telling you a story about me and my cycle. And my cycle and I have had a lot of experiences, good and bad. But these particular ones kind of led me towards feminism and empowerment. The first, and some context to it, I live in Bangalore, which is one of the biggest cities in India, and it's also considered one of the safest cities in India. I was cycling to a friend's home, and I was on the side of a main road. A main road essentially has a lot of buses and lorries traveling to and fro quite frequently. So as I'm going on my way, a man suddenly just jumps into my path, and instinctively I swerve to my right, which causes a lot of commotion behind me, with people yelling what roughly translates into, if you don't know how to ride, don't be on the road. I can't hear any of that. The only thing that my ears and my brain focuses on is this cackling laughter of the same man behind me. I stop at the side of the road to regain my composure and stabilize my breathing, and I turn around to see the same man. He's leering at me, and he's giving me the smuggest smile I have ever seen. Now, I think we can all agree that this man is in the wrong. But the question is, what makes him do that? What makes him derive joy out of this? I think that the answer lies in often how society grooms us. I think there's a binary, and often men are taught to crave fear and women are taught to be fearful. This happens in many ways. For instance, we see that the outputs of patriarchy end up turning into the inputs of patriarchy, forming this vicious cycle. When I say this, I mean, for one, when a mother tells her child to dress properly and to stay at home instead of going out, she says that because she fears for the safety of her child and she fears the violence that could be inflicted on the child. And although this happens out of protection, what this leads to is a restriction of women from common spaces. So similarly, when we look at the media that we consume and the movies we watch, a common storyline that exists in all of them is that it teaches men that if you like a girl, you stalk them and you don't take no for an answer. This media that we consume and the protection that arises out of a mother's love or concern for a daughter's safety are effectively outputs of patriarchy. But these themselves turn into inputs of patriarchy, which often worsen the situation. Another time when I was going home, I remember this 11-year-old child and he catcalls me and I'm astounded. So I just stop and I'm just like, dude, what? And the kid scrambles away, but I'm left thinking that what makes a 11-year-old child catcall someone who is much, much older than them? And I can think of only two reasons. One, as I said, he learned it from the media he consumes. Or two, he's watched it and probably from someone like a neighbor or a brother whom he idolizes and learned it from them. Another incident was when I was on relatively inside roads and the small girl, she turns her head 180 degrees when she sees me cycle and she goes, "You're a girl?" And I'm like, "Yes, I'm a girl." And she was aghast. I could see her eyes light up in amazement because she didn't know that girls could cycle. And a lot of this seems ridiculous and insane. And I think many of us do feel that way. It's insane that in 2020, nearing 2021 in fact, we all are still fighting for equity and justice. But it's a fight that we need to fight, otherwise we've already lost. And we need to realize that this isn't men versus women, and it's definitely not us versus them. It's we versus the patriarchy. Because I'm sure that no woman wants to walk around with pepper spray in one hand and her fingers filled with keys that look like that she can use as daggers to protect herself. And I'm sure that men don't want to be feared all the time. They don't want their loved ones to fear violence from them. And I'm sure a lot of you have experienced this, that you're just walking on the road and a woman suddenly starts walking faster and she makes herself smaller and she's doing everything that she can to get away from you, simply because you're just a man who's walking. The issue is that a lot of things that we do as a result of patriarchy or to protect ourselves from potential violence turns into a vicious cycle. For instance, our streets would be safer if we had more women on them, but we don't have women on the streets because the streets are not safe. So I think it's evident that there is a problem. Now, what's the solution? Because a solution can't be having a separate compartment for women on the metro, because that's a band-aid solution. That's helpful, yes, but it's a band-aid to the real gaping wound, which is the structural problems that women face. So what can the solution be and what can we do? Well, the short answer and the long-term answer is that we need structural and systematic change. But what can we as individuals do? I'm sure that a lot of people in this audience have better answers than me because they're either experts or they have gained more knowledge out of their lived experiences. But for my 2 cents, what I would say is first, listen. Talk to people about it and understand where they're coming from. A lot of the rate of sexual violence or violence against women is really high. It's 1 in 3 individuals have faced some sort of violence against them. And almost every woman I know has trauma out of sexual abuse. So listen. The primary objective is listen to them. You don't need to tell them how to react in these situations. And you don't need to tell them how to deal with their trauma. You just need to listen and try your best to understand. Now I know this might seem like I'm talking primarily to the men, but I'm not. I'm talking to everyone. We all need to listen because all of us have some amount of privilege, right? And my world and my realities or my lived experiences are much different than someone who's not as privileged as I am. Privilege can arise out of so many factors. Your gender, it can arise out of your education, the class you live in, or are born in rather, the caste you're born in, the color of your skin. There are so many things that influence the amount of privilege we have, and we can't ever understand the reality of someone else who doesn't have the same privileges. But what we can try to do is empathize. Second, we need to call out problematic behavior. We all know of the boys' locker room incident, right? But that's not a sole incident. It's not just in one school. This is something that happens in schools, in colleges, and probably even in workspaces. And we need to call out. We need to call out and tell people that sexualizing or objectifying women is wrong. We need to tell them that catcalling and howling women, tell this to 11-year-olds and 50-year-olds, it's wrong. And more importantly, we need to tell people that it's okay to unlearn. Unlearning is a very uncomfortable process, but it's something that's essential and it's something that we all need to do. We need to educate ourselves, right? We need to educate ourselves and everyone else about the privileges we have, the differences and realities that exist, and how we can use the resources that we have to lend a helping hand or to create a platform for people who don't have the same resources. We can definitely speak for others, but we can't speak over them and we can't take up their space. Fourth, agitate. We need to talk about the issues to everyone. To your teachers, to your students, to your local representatives, to your politicians. Talk about it till they realize how messed up the normal is. And talk about it until they are uncomfortable with living the normal. That's how change will come. Organize. The fifth way is organize. Use the resources and the privileges you have to create safe spaces and to create organizations that help empower and uplift. And lastly, hold on to hope. It's quite easy to get into this turmoil and turn indifferent or even go into denial. But hold on to the hope. It's an uphill battle. There's no doubt about it. But you and I, we're all much, much stronger than we believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjana, for this. And I have to say, every time that a lot of you have spoken about gender and feminism, I keep asking myself, why are we still in 2020 tackling with these issues right now? And of course, I understand the reasons. I understand a lot of dynamics that go around the entire gender equation that we have in our world today. But it's something that all of us should be astonished for, irrespective of whether we understand it or not, right? One of the things that you said just stood out for me so blatantly is that men are taught to crave fear and adventure and so on and so forth and things like that, and women are taught to be feared, right? To be fearful, sorry. And that, frankly, is something that I just find true all across our society, right? And as you've given so many examples of how the movies teach us things, how our society teaches us things, and how everywhere this is really the broad paradigm, and not just in India, across the world, even in the Western world, and so on and so forth. It's quite horrific, in my opinion. It's something that we do need to try and do something about. And again, you've given the solution right there. I think we all need to be more empathetic. We need to try and understand where an individual is coming from, not just assign them to their gender. At the end of the day, some of the things that end up happening, like what happened to you when you were riding your bike, right? those things are wrong irrespective of your gender, right? It's not about you being a woman or you being a man, but at the end of the day, it is still wrong, right? And why is it that we can't focus on that and we get distracted by all these other things that we get distracted by? Sorry, I know I don't. It's for all of you to speak. I'm not going to go off on one of my rants. If you've been around in the FAIR project long enough, you know that I do that. But for the here and the now, we've got Varsha up next, who's always a joy to speak with. She speaks less, but when she does speak, I think there's a lot of value in what she says. So Varsha, over to you. Keenly looking forward to what you have to say to us.
Thank you for having me. My topic is contraries of morality. Humans must have always speculated on the subject of living a happier life. With countless innovations and advancements in technologies, we have strived to make things in life more comfortable. But it is not only things we have tried to improve, but human beings in itself too have directed questions at themselves and tried to emulate themselves to live the good life. In effect, humans started trying to find the right way of living. Around 6th century BC, Greek philosophers came in contact with people of different customs and laws, and they turned their curiosity to themselves and tried to find whether theirs was the most superior way of living. This opened the study of finding the right way of living. People with particular religion, belief, history, tribe, or place have their own particular sets of customs that they believe is right way of living and the absolute. Living in accord with that particular custom makes any individual right, and any deviation from it is considered wrong. So strong and important do this judgment become that we modulate our life according to them and judge others' conduct on the basis of these customs. We judge what they ought to do and ought not to do, and if anyone does what they wish to do disregarding what they ought, they become a social outcast. Morality is this code of conduct by which we speculate right or wrong, good or evil. It can be of several types. Subjective morality, in which right and wrong are determined by subjective feeling. It is determined by one's own conscience. Hence, objective right and wrong lose meaning as they become subjective. Cultural morality, in which morality is determined by a particular set of rules belonging to a particular culture at a particular time. Morality by divine decree, in which morality is considered to be sourced from God. Actions are considered right if they are commanded by God, and bad or wrong if God command we refrain from it. But this opens the question of whether acts are good or evil because God commands it, or acts are good or evil in themselves and God commanded accordingly. It opens the question whether there is a natural morality or not. Medieval thinkers such as William of Ockham believed that goodness and badness solely depend on the divine will. All acts are indifferent, and it is God's command which make them good or bad. Virtue ethics deals with ideas of right and wrong characterized by living in accord with traditional virtues. Aristotle, in his Nicomachean Ethics, discusses this concept of moral virtues. He is not concerned with moral duties, but rather what makes men happy. For Aristotle, virtuous life is the happiest life. Aristotle argues that acting in accordance with reason is the feature of all traditional virtues which is required to live the happiest or the self-actualized life. According to feminist theories, morality is in the relationship of caring for others. For women, morality is not in the individualistic nature of other moral theories, but has more emphasis in social relations and moral emotions like love and sympathy. Utilitarians determine goodness by the overall goodness of the consequence of the action. John Stuart Mill, in his work Utilitarianism, 1861, produced a sophisticated version of utilitarianism in which pleasure, which concerns with everyone's happiness, may be higher or lower. Higher pleasure is obtained through intellectual pursuits and is supposed to carry more weight than lower pleasure, those which are obtained through sensation. For utilitarianism, no action is intrinsically right or wrong. No person's preferences or interest, including your own, your friends, relative, neighbors, carry greater weight than any other person's. believe morality to be product of the political state and its laws, and if there is no law against it, then no action is wrong. Hence, morality is considered a product of the civilized life. Hobbes and Rousseau believed that there was no right or wrong before man organized into a political community. It is the civil society which commands or forbids certain acts for the common good. While some believe morality to be custom which is widespread among men, it has been imposed to keep people under subjection, and it has been passed down by generation to keep people in check. Friedrich Nietzsche takes this idea further with his master-slave morality theory, in which states which states that there is no good or bad, only strong, which comprises of masculine virtues of power, and weak, which comprises of feminine virtues of patience and obedience. Each class condemned the opposite, and the slave morality with weight in numbers triumphed over the other by subverting the other. Hence, they distributed the emanations of humility and charity over others. Whereas Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels hold the materialistic conception according to which moral, political, artistic, social, and philosophical ideas are determined by economic conditions of society. Each age, people, and class forms its ideas to suit their peculiar economic situation. But there can be some actions of right or wrong which are independent of all those stated above. These work on basic needs and demands of human nature. Therefore, not all morality is conventional. Let's consider the trolley problem. Philippa Foot in 1967 in her paper titled The Problem of Abortion and Doctrine of the Double Effect devised a thought experiment. There is a runway trolley barreling down the railway track. Ahead on the tracks, there are 5 people tied and unable to move. The trolley is headed straight for them. You are standing some distance off in the train yard next to a lever. And if you pull this lever, the trolley will switch to a different set of tracks. However, you notice that there is one person on the side track. You have 2 options. Do nothing and allow the trolley to kill 5 people on the main track. Pull the lever and the trolley pull the lever, diverting the trolley onto the side track where it will kill 1 person. Now, is killing 1 life to save 5 justifiable? If so, does this mean killing in certain cases is allowed? Or any killing in itself is wrong, so one must do nothing and let 5 people die? Consider another problem by Judith J. Thompson, in which you are on the footbridge overlooking the track, where 5 people are tied down and trolleys rushing towards them. There is no spur this time, but near the bridge there is a chubby man, and if you heave him over to the side, he will fall onto the track and his bulk will stop the trolley. He will die in the process. What do you do? Is it murder to sacrifice the man to save others? Frank Chapman Sharp in 1908 took the problem forward and devised a scenario in which it is the child of the man on the side track to be sacrificed to save the life of 5 people. Then is the man morally obliged to kill his son in order to save other people? Here, the morality of not killing and killing for the greater good changes. People's intuitions changes, hence morality cannot be systematized. Matthew Ebert in the Normative Ethics and the Trolley Problem argues that in India, the society has built up on class affiliations, which include an intellectual caste and a moral caste. When asked, Indian people thought that pushing the fat man to his death would be immoral for an intellectual, but permissible for the warrior. How is it that some action shifts morality depending on the agent? Is it because we have different social expectations of different people in society? Lawrence Kohlberg in 1958 took the pagan theory of moral development further and came to the conclusion that morality changes as people age. According to Kohlberg, there are 3 stages of moral development, in which the first level is pre-conventional morality, usually applicable to 9 years or older, in which the child doesn't have a personal core or morals, but their standards are shaped by standards of adults. Level 2, conventional adolescence, a teenager. It derives moral based on their social and personal relationships. Third, post-conventional level deals with self-chosen principles. Kohlberg's thought experiments deals with the idea of obeying law versus saving a life. But it doesn't deal with feminine ideas of morality and consider women as inept to reach the highest level of morality. Carol Gillen argues that these moral development theories overlook female moral codes and judges them according to male-centric norms. Hence, systematizing morality into fixed sets of values and expecting certain responses from everyone becomes an absurd point. Theories of morality can be used for understanding certain situations but can never be appropriate for every circumstance. Social environments and personal constitutions are complex and ever-changing. Assessing action based on morality requires consideration of a constellation of details which is unfathomable, considering morality can be altered by multiple variables. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Varsha, for talking about morality, because honestly speaking, I think morality is one of those factors which often gets sidetracked in conversations of social development, right? I think all of us end up focusing a lot on what we want to be trying to achieve, and while of course it's at the back of our heads, but it's something that is not as prominent in the front of our minds as it ought to be, as what you've described right now as well, right? And on the flip side, I think where it actually does find a home and comes out quite frequently is when people need to justify their actions, right? Because in some way, shape or form, right or wrong, morality comes to their defense at a large part. And it's something that they believe cannot be argued with. And people are able to do so and use it as a defense because there are all of these numerous versions of morality that exist in our world, right? And these are really the two things that I do want to quickly talk about before we move on to Ishita, is the fact that there seems to be this sort of a dichotomy that exists in the usage and development of morality, where on one hand, there are so many versions of morality that exist which allow for people to justify their actions, which at the same time, it is a recognition, even by me and even by a lot of people that I've spoken with, that morality needs to be ever evolving, right? And I think I just want to spend a minute on trying to focus on how it's not really a dichotomy, how both these things are actually stand alone in that sense, because there is a concern with people having different versions of morality, right? Because at the end of the day, some of the things that you mentioned, Varsha, religious morality, legal morality, morality that's been passed on from generations, all of those various ways in which morality develops in our world, in our society. All of that becomes extremely difficult to manage, right? It becomes extremely difficult for us to understand what to apply at what point of time, which is what leads to the situation of morality being applied with different yardsticks on different occasions by even the same people at times, right? And that is a concern, right? However, that is not opposite to what I at least believe should be how morality is looked at, which is in an ever-evolving manner. Because we're not talking about there being multiple versions of morality, but there being that one version of morality that serves humanity, that represents humanity at different points of time, depending on the kind of knowledge base that we have, the kind of understanding that we develop, and all of the various factors that need to go into trying to understand what morality ought to be for our world and for humanity to progress at that point of time, right? And I think we're all smart enough to be able to do it. We're all smart enough to assess our world at a given point of time and to be able to determine rights and wrongs for ourselves, what is appropriate, as what we keep talking about in the F.A.I.R project, right? It's a constant effort to try and find the most appropriate solution to any issue that comes up all across humanity, whether it's at the micro level or the macro level, right? And at that point in time, to allow morality to bring you down in some way, shape or form, or reduce the amount of conversation that you would otherwise have on a particular issue is, I think, disservice to the issue as well, and to the whole concept of morality also, which just fails if we do not adapt to the times and don't adapt to the requirements that we have at different points of time as a collective, not as individuals, not as groups of people, but as a collective and as humanity as a whole, right? So that's thank you so much, Varsha, for bringing this to the fore and allowing me to talk about this, which is something that I really wanted to do for a long time. But you gave me the opportunity, and I'm very grateful for it, and for everything else that you said during the talk that you gave us. Next up, we've got Ishita. Ishita is from Goa, and I think what I do need to acknowledge that during COVID, when all of us were in a situation where we were trying to figure out what we need to do and how to keep ourselves safe, she was actually on the ground trying to help people in Goa, trying to cope up with the lockdown, right? And she did a fantastic job of that, and we're very grateful to her for doing all that she did. And for the here and the now, very eager to hear what she has to say to us right now. So Ishita, it's all over to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ishita and I'm part of the F.A.I.R project. Today I will be speaking about ungendering sports. I would like to thank the team at F.A.I.R for their patience and for giving us this opportunity to learn and grow. In the interest of time and to avoid any buts and ums and ifs, I will be reading out most of my points from a document I have here in front of me. Please bear with me and let's get started. We live in a time where gender equality is much spoken of, and to be fair, has made quite a few advancements as well. We have gender equitable workspaces, women in leadership roles, and increasing reforms and laws to protect and advance women's rights. Sports, however, is not one of those spaces. It is arguably one of the last frontiers of gender equity. It is the place where discrimination against women and male domination are broadly considered reasonable and acceptable. Despite the right to sport being enshrined in international conventions such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Even in the most visible sporting environments, arcane attitudes and practices still exist. This is evidenced by the fact that only 1% of the voting members of the FIFA governing body are women. Historically, female athletes have been subjected to a variety of discriminatory practices which have further affected their access to sport. For example, women were not permitted to compete in the ancient Olympics. Female athletes were also excluded from the first modern Olympic Games in 1896. The founder, F.A.I.R, went on to say that no matter how toughened a sportswoman may be, her organism is not cut out to sustain certain shocks. Ridiculous, isn't it? A global sporting event where only half the population was allowed based on their gender. I am yet to come across a sport where having one's genitalia on the outside actually has an impact. And this perhaps sounds absurd, but is it really more ridiculous than suggesting women's anatomy makes them incapable of competing in certain sports? It's ridiculous. Although gender equality has come a long way, including the fact that UNESCO recognized sport and physical activity as a human right in 1978, it still hasn't come far enough. I say this because the investment in women's sports is still ridiculously less. According to the Women's Sports Foundation, male athletes get $179 million more in athletic scholarships compared to women. Additionally, at the college level, only 24% of the athletic budget is spent on female sports. These numbers are really sad, as ideally 50% of the budget should have been spent on women, right? But here we see figures like 16%, 20% being spent to advance women's sports. This has to change. The UN SDGs have gender equality as one of the goals, right? And it goes on to say that increasing access for women and girls to physical education and sports helps build confidence and promotes stronger social integration. It also says that involving girls in sport activities alongside boys can help overcome prejudice and often contributes to social vulnerability of women and girls. If we know all of this in theory, why aren't we doing enough? And why are there so many misconceptions when it comes to women in sports? I'm going to discuss some of these myths we have regarding women, their bodies and sports. The most common thing we hear as an argument towards why there are no mixed teams, or towards why there's not more investment in women in sports, or why there's not as much viewerships or sponsorships, is that men are typically biologically stronger than women. This is not a fact. There's no scientific proof at all that all men are stronger than women. Do we have an equal playing field? Is sports fair? Sports isn't fair. It never was. And I don't say this when I compare the disparity between both genders. It's about genetics. And no two individuals have the same strength and physique anyway. Many elite athletes are genetically blessed in a way an average person isn't. So who's to say what's fair and what's not? Basketball players have an advantage of height, and Michael Phelps has a very peculiar body that allows him to be the amazing swimmer that he is. And what about privilege and opportunities? Some people just have access and opportunities to sport, and some people don't. How is it fair that we make this discrimination based on somebody's gender? And also, not all sports require a particular strength. Some sports require different talents and attributes. Look at the legendary basketball player Shaquille O'Neal. Can you imagine him being a jockey? No, right? So sports is relative, and different people have different strengths, and it has a lot of history to it, which we will discuss further. Part B of the first myth talks about testosterone. The myth is biological males have the advantage of testosterone that enhances performance. Well, the science on physiological advantages male athletes have over female athletes is in a very nascent stage. For every credible study and statement out there that proves greater testosterone is linked to greater athletic ability in men and women, there are an equal number of credible studies that prove that testosterone is just one of the many factors affecting sporting ability, sometimes even negatively. Take the International Association for Athletics Federation's data on elite women athletes. Its initial analysis of the 2 world championships showed that women with higher testosterone did well in only 5 out of 21 events. If testosterone was really that magical, I would expect this number to be much higher. The second myth is that women's sport isn't interesting enough, which is why it gets no sponsorship and eyeballs. This isn't true. A study conducted showed that women's cricket got the same kind of women's viewership as men's cricket. And it is true that women's sport is still struggling to develop and attract sponsors, but this is because of the vicious circle of minimal media coverage leading to lack of awareness, which is further leading to lack of investment. I mean, if there was more investment, there would be more coverage and more people watching it. So we got to start somewhere. It's a risk brands have to take, and I'm sure it'll be a risk worth taking. A very sad fact, according to women's sports, is that women's sports makes up only 7% of all sports coverage. And you can test this. If you have a newspaper, or you can check the news online and you go to the sports section, you'll be lucky to find even 1 or 2 articles that talks about women's sports. I tested this and it was very disappointing. To continue with this point, I would also like to talk about sponsorships. Men are traditionally harder to reach in the media world as they consume less media and are therefore an expensive target, twice as expensive as women. And also, those involved in selling women's sport shouldn't just merely tick it as a CSR box. I think that investing in women's sports is actually an opportunity offering sizable reach with an interesting audience of varied profiles. Women's sports should be a higher priority for brands and marketers, and has to be viewed as a valuable marketing platform, not just as a good cause to support. People also argue and say that women's sports needs to improve the level of play. And they do this when they compare women's sports to that of men's sports. Although I feel that women and men have the potential to be equally strong, right now, today, 2020, 21st century, it is not fair to compare women's sports to men's sports, considering where we come from. If women were given the same access, opportunities, boost, investment as men are given, by all means, compare the two, and then if you feel that you don't want to watch women's sports, don't watch it. But right now, it's unfair in a world that vastly under-resources girls and women when it comes to sports to actively, and some people actively still discourage their participation. It's unfair to compare the two. And why is it important for us to know all of this? It's because things can change. Comparing photos of female college athletes over the last 30 years reveals a remarkable alteration in women's physique. Women athletes today are demonstrably bigger, stronger, and faster than any previous period as a result of the shifting culture and political wings that opened more avenues to them that were previously imagined. Earlier, women were, not allowed to take part in sports, were encouraged to do only household chores. But now that those things are changing, women's bodies are changing and developing over time, which is amazing because it just proves that we're just going to get better and stronger and probably much better than men. And so the women's liberation movement, along with the advances in training and nutrition, didn't just change laws, it advanced women's bodies. And to just cite a similar example, the genetic impact of the African slave trade, which is really sad, but it revealed that DNA study is often attributed towards their larger and stronger bodies. This is proof that how conditioning over decades can even impact genetics. Admittedly, times are changing, and this can only be viewed as positive. As women in sports continue to grow in their capacity, popularity, and quantity, the media is beginning to shed light on the gender gap in sport. We are finally beginning to see a lasting impact. If you want to see and achieve true gender equality in sport, effort needs to be made early in the children's lives. Most boys are inspired or encouraged to pursue a sport when they are young. They have role models like Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi. They have a dream to become an athlete, which is uncommon amongst girls. And I think that needs to change. Young girls very, very rarely tend to have this dream of becoming an athlete. This seems to be a common factor for the whole generation. Even when it comes to socialization of boys and girls with regard to sports, boys and girls are funneled in so many different ways just because of their gender. Girls are encouraged to dance, participate in theatre or do art and craft, and boys are obviously encouraged to play sports and do more physically strenuous activities. This needs to be changed in modern society.
Thank you so much, Ishita. You know how close this entire issue is to my heart, right? We've been running the Young Legends League in Mizoram and Manipur for 2 states in India for a while now, where we run mixed gender leagues, right? And surprise, surprise, the girl child between the age group of 5 and 13 end up playing with the boys, competing as well with the boys, scoring with the boys, being MVPs of their teams, being top scorers throughout the league as well, and all of that. They achieve all of that during that age group because they've been given an opportunity, and that just has taught me so much for myself, for my own evolution of understanding this issue a bit better. Which made me, of course, deep dive into trying to understand where this distinction comes from. And, one of the things that at least you and I have spoken about in the past, and I do want to share that with everyone else, is perhaps for everyone to do a little bit of an exercise of seeing what the world record for the women's 100-meter dash is, right? And then compare it with the world record, not the world record, the national records of all the other countries' men's record for the 100-meter dash, right? The observation that you will end up coming up with is the fact that there are a lot of men in a lot of countries who still haven't beaten Flojo's record that she set decades ago, right? And it ties in very well with Ishita, what you were speaking about, that there is no factual evidence that says that all men are better at sports than women. And on the contrary, there's actual factual evidence that there are women, and more so, who are actually athletically superior to men in many more countries. right? So definitely something that needs to be looked at, in my opinion. Right, and it also goes back to to what I spoke after Andrea spoke yesterday, about how we created a situation for women where it's not even a chicken and eggs, but it's a kind of a cycle that we put them in, saying that, oh, because you're not as good, which is why you can't play with the men or the boys, but we won't give you the opportunities to play with the men and the boys. So how in the world are you going to get good in the first place, right? And there is no chicken and egg. You have to give the opportunity to be able to see the results, right? And that has to come first. No two ways about that. Next up, we've got Shivali, who also is quite a lot into sport, and I'm hazarding a guess that she's going to have something to say about sport as well, in her talk to us. So, Shivali, all over to you. Thank you.
Hello to one and all present here. My topic for today is the need for top-down international reforms to address the gender wage gap in sport. Now, the reason I chose this specific issue is because I feel all reports by organizations on gender equality in sport stop at equal opportunity and the opportunity to participate. While I understand that it is important and is the first step in creating a level playing field, I also believe that there needs to be a special emphasis on the ultimate incentive for women to remain in sport and convert it into a well-providing career opportunity. Now, that will only be possible when we create specific policies to ensure that equal opportunity is effectively converted into equal pay. And for this to happen, there needs to be certain international standards put into place to act as a code of conduct. Now, this session is divided into the following 3 segments. The first is what is a gender wage gap in the context of sport. The second is the reason and arguments made in favor of the existing pay gap. And the third is what is a top-down policy approach and how would it be effective here. Now, moving on to the first segment, which is what is a gender wage gap in the context of sport. We would define the gender pay gap as the gap in average wages paid to female athletes as compared to their male counterparts. Now, this is a major cause for an overall lifetime income gap between men and women. Now, there is no clear-cut evidence that proves whether gender wage gap is caused by discrimination or not. The way to determine if discrimination can explain the said gap is to measure productivity. Though it is very difficult to measure productivity in the labor market and to test for discrimination, this is where sport allows us to measure the certain areas of productivity which can be quantified. Now, an example of measuring this productivity is finding the relationship between the individual performance and the team success to determine a player's marginal revenue of product, which is the MRP. Now, the demand for labor is affected by cultural values and market size, which is where the gender wage gap comes in, because the MRP is lower for female players than the male players, which affects their earnings. But what are these said cultural values that affect the gender wage gap? Now, this will be covered in the second segment, which is the reasons for gender wage gap and the arguments in favor of the gender wage gap. The first point would be the media houses. Now, the efforts to eliminate the gender pay gap in professional sports have proven largely unsuccessful. Scholarly articles often attribute the wage disparity to the commercial nature of sport and its attendant media rights. The media coverage of female sports is extremely limited. Now, in 2014, for example, only about 4% of sports media coverage focused on female sports. Media companies also contribute to the gender pay gap by paying different leagues strikingly different amounts for their broadcasting rights. For example, ESPN and Turner Sports pay the NBA a combined $2.6 billion a year to televise its basketball games. ESPN pays the women's team, which is the WNBA league, just $12 million for those same rights. Now, the second point would be on prioritization, which is the limited support and attendance of female sporting events, because this can be attributed to the media's treatment of female sports. Now, when it comes to scheduling, media outlets do not prioritize female sports. Now, this is limited in coverage, and that results in limited viewership. Now, in turn, the media uses this limited viewership as an excuse to continue de-emphasizing female sports. So this becomes a vicious cycle. Now, the third point would be the biological superiority argument, which is by far the most common. Now, some try to justify the gender pay gap by contending that men deserve higher pay because of their superior athleticism. And it is generally undisputed that biological differences between men and women affect their athletic performance. On average, men are faster and stronger than women. Usain Bolt, the fastest male sprinter in the world, for example, completed a 100-meter dash in 9.58 seconds. The world's fastest female, on the other hand, which is Florence Griffith Joyner, is almost a second behind Bolt, which is at 10.49 seconds. Yet, women tend to excel in other regards. For example, the average across car racing tours show that women's driving accuracy is greater than men's. Scientifically, women also tend to outperform men in long-distance sport. Now, most importantly, the biological superiority argument exists because of the notion that sport is based purely on natural physical strength rather than technique. Supporters also fail to recognize the disparity in training and opportunities provided to female athletes. It's not because of inferior performance that less emphasis is given to female sport, but actually the other way around. So while some biological differences between the sexes may exist, this hardly justifies such a wide pay disparity. The fourth and last point of argument is the sponsorship. Another explanation offered for the gender pay gap in sport is that women's games are less exciting and therefore generate less revenue than men's games. According to the Wall Street Journal, the men's 2014 World Cup generated $529 million in sponsor revenue. The women's 2015 World Cup brought in just $17 million. This disparity is further enhanced by the unequal distribution of corporate sponsorships. Now, male athletes receive significantly more sponsorships and advertising dollars than their female counterparts. But this is not a one-way street. Corporate sponsors do not just invest in popular athletes or sports, they help create them. So, by not investing in female athletes, corporate sponsors are choosing to not promote female sports. Now, in order to bridge the equal pay gap in sport in different countries, I feel it is imperative to have universal guidelines to follow, as well as a governing body to administratively tackle this issue. This is where a top-down approach to addressing the gender wage gap comes in. Now, moving on to the third segment, which is what are top-down policies and how would they be effective here? I would want to start off with defining what a top-down implementation is. So this approach is basically a clear-cut system of command and control from the governing body to the policy implementation, which concerns the people. Now, this approach showcases clear and consistent goals, which are articulated at the top of the hierarchical structure. B, a clear hierarchy of authority. C, rules established at the top with the policy aligned with these rules. And D is the resources or the capacity to carry out the commands from the top. International competitive sport sets the highest standard for all countries, and we all know that. Therefore, it is important that all international sports bodies devise methods to reduce the gender pay gap. Now, in this regard, the International Olympic Committee, which is the IOC, would serve as an appropriate example as it plays a central leadership role in the world of sport, acts as an umbrella organization for a range of sporting events, and its policies set standards in international, regional, and national sporting events and procedures. The IOC has 205 participatory nations. So I believe it is necessary for the Olympic Committee to develop a defined set of policies to mitigate the gender pay gap in sport. Now, here a top-down implementation approach would be effective if an international body like the IOC undertakes the role to devise specific policies for equal wages in sport. These policies need to be created by the highest international governing body and strictly implemented by the participating nations. Though this top-down approach through this top-down approach, the accountability factor of the implementation increases. So an international reform in the IOC will also bring uniformity in terms of the rules and regulations which all nations would be binded by as a code of conduct. Now, this said code of conduct should be a comprehensive set of directions coming from the IOC to the participatory nations. Some such policies which can be included in this comprehensive guideline would be number one, providing equal pay to equal level players. Now, this can be ensured by providing equal wages to players of equal competence in terms of their representation level. Take the example of countries like New Zealand and Brazil here, who have effectively implemented equal pay policies for their national male and female football teams. Now, these policies have been made on 4 key factors for both elite male and female football players. 1, pay parity. The second is equal prize money. The third is equal rights for image use. And the fourth and the most notable is the parity across travel while representing their respective countries. Now, the nations should be required to provide equal governing or equal government budgeting to the male and female team sports in particular. For individual sport, a system of proportional budgeting or gender responsive budgeting should be adopted by each country. For example, if there are 5 female players in the category of badminton and 10 male players in the same category, in the same sport, then the budget should be allocated in proportion to the number of players. The third policy suggestion would be when women Olympians and future Olympians, like their male counterparts, have to rely on sponsorship money to make ends meet, that lack of investment can truly hinder their ability to afford what it takes to make it into even the upper realms of competitive sports, let alone the Olympics. Therefore, private sponsors in various countries should be incentivized through tax benefits for sponsoring female athletes. Now, all nations should be required to formulate national level policies for ensuring that the gap in wages is not amplified due to sponsorship disparity. This will indirectly also bring in increased media telecasting of female sport. The fourth and the most important suggestion would be that it is extremely essential for the IOC to have equal male to female representation in its international as well as national governing bodies for this issue to hold prominence. According to a 2018 analysis by UN Women, women make up only 12% of those serving on the National Olympic Committees and the sports federations governing bodies. Now, the IOC should ensure that the suggestions on the above lines or any other policies they deem fit are strictly followed by each participating country, and a report to that extent is submitted to them on an annual basis. This report should include a detailed account of progress made on the directions issued by the IOC. Now, if the standards as set by the IOC are not met, strong repercussions should follow in order to ensure mandatory compliance. Now, to conclude my premise, I believe that top-down policy reforms at an international level must be an integral part of addressing unequal pay in sport. Policy reforms not only need to be created but also implemented properly with a fear of consequences or sanctions. Now, international bodies such as the IOC need to be specific about the enforcement of policies because they majorly lack effective enforcement mechanisms based on which they have been criticized in the past. And lastly, I think no single domain policy or program will in isolation deliver sufficient results. So this is to say that a top-down policy reform will only work parallelly with grassroots reforms and cannot take the whole burden of creating a change. So I feel a comprehensive and multi-sector approach is really necessary here. Thank you.
I'm just so glad that Ishita and you you went one after the other, because between the two of you, I think you've ended up covering both the top-down and bottom-down approach, which need to work in parallel for us to be able to do something about the state of gender concerns in sport, right? And I'll tell you, what resonates with me tremendously is the fact that we haven't even tested the commercial viability of women's sports properly, right? And every time that we do see the fact that yes, there is adequate viewership that women's sports receive as well when they are given the kind of platform that men's sports are given. And hopefully that's something that we will tackle sooner rather than later. But thank you so much for that, Shivali. Next up, we've got Manas. Right from the beginning, I think one of the things that he's been very strongly focused towards is the state of water availability in society at this point of time. And that's what he's going to be speaking to us today about as well. So looking forward to hearing what you have to say, Manas.
Thank you, Ramit. Before we begin, I'd like to share a story. Munni, a 7-year-old girl living in an urban slum in the industrial areas of northern Delhi, wakes up every morning at 5 a.m., walks a long distance, stands in queues, listens to quarrels between others just to fetch water from the single municipal tap in her locality for her family every single day, only to be later diagnosed with diarrhea. Shocked, have a lot of questions. So did I. Is this still the case? Do people still need to walk to get water? Doesn't that just happen in Bollywood movies? Well, this may not be true for people like me and you, but it is true not just for Munni, but for around 136 million other Indians who fight the war for water but do not win every day. Greetings, this is Manas Harjai, one of the 32 Changemakers at the F.A.I.R project, and this is something I'm passionate about, the drinking water crisis in urban slums. Before we begin, I'd like to inform you that this is inspired from real life interactions. Now, and I'd also like to warn you of some boring statistics that might come in between just to display how grave the situation really is. In India, under Section 3 of the Slum Area Improvement and Clearance Act 1956, slums have been defined as mainly those residential areas where dwellings are in any respect unfit for human habitation by reasons of dilapidation, overcrowding, faulty design of buildings, narrowness, or faulty arrangement of streets, lack of ventilation, light, or sanitation facilities, or any combination of these factors which are detrimental to safety, health, and morals. As per the census 2011, slum blocks were present in more than 2,500 towns across a total of 4,000 towns surveyed. In exact terms, there are 108,000 slum blocks pan-India, housed by more than 13.8 million households out of a total of 78.9 million households, making it roughly 17.5% of the total households in the country. These are housed by recyclers who collect trash and reuse them, micro slum industries manufacturing rakhis, boxes, kites, etc., working as daily laborers, cleaners, security guards, e-rickshaw drivers, painters, etc. During an interaction and survey that I, along with my peers, conducted on a sample size of 316 households in a slum, we found out that in 310 of the households, the main bread earners were employed as daily wage laborers earning anywhere between 300 to 700 Indian rupees a day, working in large unregulated and unstable job market. Earlier, there were a major dependence on groundwater for water consumption, but now the case is such that mere 53 of the households used the supply water for drinking purposes. a major 249 households have shifted to buying RO cans supplied by private players in those areas since they are left with no other alternative. Earlier, when there were a major dependence on groundwater for consumption, due to increasing consumption over the period of time, the water table has depleted at a fast pace and the quality of water is questionable, hence, not being a permanent source. To add to this, a huge problem is being posed by the discharge of chemical waste by nearby industries into water bodies and seepage of chemical waste stored in underground tanks through cracks, pores, or loose joints, contaminating the natural water with chemical contaminants. Even the supply water isn't free from problems. Pipelines that have been installed in some areas to supply water do not serve their purpose. Due to higher presence of chlorides and wear and tear over the period of time, these pipes have corroded, leading to developing pores through which, again, the contaminants present in the nearby soil of the pipeline, both bacterial and chemical, seep and travel with the water, making it unfit for consumption. This is where the point of source filtration system of water supply has a number of flaws, since the water that is cleaned, then supplied through pipelines, regains the contaminants, making it unfit for consumption again. Now, the income of the majority of these households are such that they are barely able to make 3 square meals each. So being able to get RO systems installed is beyond reality. The residents are unaware of the chemical composition of water they consume, and being drinking that water for a long time are never ready to understand that the water is harmful for them. The chemicals present act as a slow poison and give out bad effects over a period of time. Excess presence of some elements cause knee pains, frequent headaches, yellowing of teeth, stomach aches, which they believe to be normal and age related, but is actually being caused by the high amounts of magnesium, calcium, carbonates, sulfides, and sulfates being present in the water they consume. The major diseases caused by these contaminants in India range from minor headaches to deadly diseases such as cholera, diarrhea, typhoid, and hepatitis, which have claimed several lives over the years in India. As per the data from the Central Bureau of Health Intelligence, diarrhea or acute diarrheal diseases are known to affect children under 5 the most. Now, I agree that these are called slums because they lack basic necessities. Even hundreds of settlements are demolished every year by the authorities since they occupy public lands without permission. But half of this city's population live in these places, and each demolition displaces roughly thousands urban poor, rendering them jobless. The need is for the authorities to realize the economic realities and hardships that drive people into slums as a last resort. Efforts to erase these illegal homes are rarely entirely successful because those displaced often move to another stretch of public land or settle in another slum. Again, the economic benefits the slums serve in macroeconomic sense are defeated. As much as I can agree that it is a difficult task to solve the issue of drinking water crisis, but when this is being carried out by private players on a micro scale, it is possible to devise a strategy to take it macro. So the need of the hour is to promote and develop point of consumption techniques that are affordable and available to be installed and fulfill basic necessities of these dwellers, because at the end of the day, they are also humans and water is crucial for their survival. Thank you.
Manas, having heard all that you said, I think, what's the most unfortunate part, and something that you alluded to as well, is that I don't think we actually recognize the problem of water that we're actually facing right now. And it's something that's been happening for years, and I think it just continues because the quality of water all across our country, I think, in terms of drinking water, it's extremely non-existent. I don't think I would trust drinking water right out of a tap anywhere in our country, really. But we have to recognize this is not a new problem. We need to recognize this is an extremely old problem, which has not necessarily improved over time, right? And to a large part, I would actually say that it's deteriorated to a large extent as well in certain places and in certain ways, right? And it's something that we need to be very cognizant of. Because back in the day, in the late 80s, early 90s, when I was growing up in Delhi, I remember that even though I was living in Vasant Vihar, which is one of the more affluent parts of the city, yet almost every second day we needed to call for a tanker to get the water supply into our home, right? And even there is absolutely no way that we could drink the water right out of the tap or what was supplied to us. Something that we can't do even right now, right? So it's something that has always been a problem. I think it's something that we do need to try and deal with. But what we also need to try and understand is why is this problem there in the first place, and why in a country like India, which is as massive as it is, which is a peninsula covered by sea on three sides, with a fantastic monsoon, one of the best monsoons in the world in that sense, yet we have so much of a problem with respect to making water available for the rural and urban parts of our country, both of them, at the end of the day, right? To understand that, I think we do need to try and understand the kind of utilization of water that has taken place in our country and where all we perhaps have gone wrong, right? And I do want to pinpoint a few of those right now in this conversation for everyone's benefit. First of all, I think it's extremely important to understand that while we are a peninsula and we are covered by the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, and the Indian Ocean on three sides, seawater is not water that you can convert to drinking water very easily, right? It's an extremely difficult task, which is the reason why you keep hearing stories of Bombay and Chennai also not having adequate drinking water on many occasions, even though they are right on the sea, right? But it's something that we do need to understand. It doesn't really help to that extent, right? The next source of water that we've had in our country has been the freshwater streams of northern India that have then come down the Himalayas and Himachal Pradesh and so on and so forth, right? Where I can attest to this, that again back in the early 90s till a while back, you could literally drink water out of those streams, right? Because that's how fresh the water was, how pure the water was. But a lot of that right now, if you go into Himachal and go to the Himalayas right now, a lot of those streams have been taken over by bottling plants, right, where they are sourcing water for their mineral water bottles from those streams at the end of the day, right, which really doesn't allow for that water to be consumed by others and by those who are around those streams, who dependent on those streams for their source of clean drinking water. Because guess what? The supply in their houses is not as clean as the supply in those streams, right? Which is no longer accessible to a lot of them today. The next is with respect to our inland streams and our rivers, right? We know that we're an agrarian economy, right? I think for a large part, what we've ended up seeing is that water which was earlier used for agriculture is being diverted towards industries. And those industries are invariably the largest pollutants of our inland water streams and rivers, right? Delhi again is a classic example where the Yamuna is invariably always covered with this big, thick level of white foam, which is formed because of the chemicals that have been put into the Yamuna by the various industries. And you could see the stark difference during COVID, right? There was a time period where the water was absolutely clean, when again, once the lockdown ended, it's again back to being white. And anyone can go there and take a look at this point in time and see what it's become, right? And it's extremely scary, in my opinion. Another source of water has been the groundwater in India, right? The level for which has continued to keep going down, which is also an extremely scary thought. But more than that, I think because our agrarian system has been introduced to fertilizers, chemical fertilizers and chemical pest control so much that all of that has seeped into the ground and reached our groundwater, again making it extremely difficult to be able to consume that and use it for drinking water, right? And to top it all off, I think our water treatment plants do not have the kind of technology that can clean the filth out of the water, especially taking into account the amount of filth we're putting in our water. So for all these decades, we've not been able to manage it. I think it's something that really needs to be taken extremely seriously, and we need to find a way and to actually try and provide clean drinking water to all of us, which is a possibility, but it needs a lot of systemic changes to achieve. And it's no easy task, but someone needs to start talking about it, which is why I'm very glad that you have spoken about this. So thank you so much about this, Manas. Next up, we've got Simon, who has a surprise for those of you who've seen him before, because he's cut off his hair to talk to us today. For all 7 months, he had long hair, and now he's got short hair. So looking forward not just to hearing you, Simon, but to seeing you as well.
Hello everyone. Today I'll be speaking about local healthcare centers and how they are the future of healthcare. So in 2018, Kerala state successfully controlled the Nipah virus outbreak, and by the first week of July, they were declared free from Nipah, whereas the outbreak just started in May, in the second week of May. So the total amount of infected patients was just 19, and only around 2 districts were completely isolated because of the patients or the index cases out there. So the state has survived 2 successive devastating floods in the past, and also has faced several health related challenges like the avian influenza and the Kyansur forest disease. So what are some of the learnings we can get from Kerala and how they control the Nipah? So firstly, I would say swift public health response by the state and the coordinated efforts of MHFW and the ICMR averted the spread of the outbreak. Secondly, I would say the focus was on early case detection, isolation and treatment, and suspected symptomatic patients were immediately quarantined and isolated into wards, and contacts of these patients as well were home quarantined. So third point would be training sessions were conducted for the healthcare workers around the state as to how to prevent the infection, how to control it, how to quarantine, and how to trace the index patient, because that was one of the major breakthrough the case could have, and how to actually stop the entire chain. Then an on-ground public health officials and panchayats, all these the panchayat president or the urban health body led monitoring teams across all the villages in Kerala. They also fulfilled several needs such as daily needs, medical related support, etc. Then a control room was set up in the state with experts to monitor home quarantine, contact tracing, and isolation logistics. So there was also a huge amount of involvement of all the political leaders, religious leaders, media, civil servants as well. So the thing is, multiple call centers were also opened at the same time to facilitate the public hospitals and the private hospitals at the same time, because both public and private hospitals were working in cooperation along with the local healthcare centers across the state. So even the villages, the healthcare centers in the villages were connected to all the private and the public hospitals around in the city area. So out of all these points, what stood out according to me is the role of the healthcare centers and the healthcare workers, apart from the well-equipped government hospitals with dedicated medical experts. So the state has a wide network of these primary healthcare centers which function as the first level of contact with the population around the state. So the state is now even acquiring a permanent mechanism to diagnose and track any of the future upcoming infections or viruses. So what is a healthcare center? That will be the first definition I would love to go into. That is, a healthcare center is something sometimes referred to as a public or a local healthcare center or a state-owned rural care facility in India. So they are essentially a single physician clinics, usually also facilitated into minor surgeries as well. So they are, the part of the government-funded public health system in India, and are most basic units of this healthcare system facilitated by the government. So presently there are around 23,673 healthcare centers in India. So as of 2019, there's a total of 6,64,369 villages in India. So don't you think the ratio of villages is to healthcare centers is a bit bizarre? Cause imagine we had 6,64,369 healthcare centers in India. That is around one healthcare center minimum for a village. We are just talking about villages here. So let's come to the topic of why a healthcare center can be a changing factor. Why a village having a healthcare center can be a changing factor. Firstly, I would say, deliver high quality, culturally competent and comprehensive primary care, as well as supportive services such as health education, transportation that promote access to healthcare. Then meet requirements regarding administrative, clinical and financial operations. Then they can provide services regardless of patients' ability to pay and charge for services on a sliding fee scale, which is pretty much impressive. And they can operate under the direction of the patient majority governing bodies and autonomous community based organizations. So these include public and private non-profit organizations, as well as tribal and faith-based organizations. So they can also develop systems of patient-centered and integrated care that respond to unique needs of the diverse, medically undeserved areas and populations. So another important benefit of these centers can be transfer of knowledge related to health. Imparting knowledge to these centers in rural parts of India can be a major breakthrough, because many of the people are uninformed about any of the health conditions. Sometimes they don't even know what they are going for, but they're feeling ill. And at the same time, if you get information regarding that, it can be a good thing. It acts as a bridge between the undeserved and rural parts of India in terms of knowledge as well as getting services. So, okay, if not a doctor, trained individuals can be placed in all these villages and districts through health care related services, and they can be facilitated quickly when needed. Like in the case of Kerala's Nipah virus condition, where many people and individuals were trained regarding how to curb the particular virus, etc. Similarly, many individuals and young generation can be trained regarding this and can be actually set up into these healthcare centers. So how is this possible? People might be thinking, how can be the payroll of these entire framework can be possible? So for example, we just target these 6,64,369 villages. So to provide them with one healthcare center, what can be an approximate budget? So let's just take the salary part. Let's do the math. So the average monthly salary of a healthcare worker, regardless of the type, it can include normal trained individuals, as I said before. It can be nurses who want to serve in these places. It can be surgeons. It can be retired doctors, or anyone of that sort. Usually the average salary ranges up to approximately around 10,000 rupees per month. So if you take 6,64,369 villages into 10,000 as a salary for per month, it's around 6,643,000,000 roughly. So for a year, if you take the entire sum, comes up to 79,704,000,000 roughly. So it appears that the Statue of Unity itself took around 27 billion roughly to be built, and around 5 to 6 million a year for its maintenance. At the same time, I'm acknowledging about the fact that the Statue of Unity actually serves as a great tourist spot, and the turnover is also humongous. Around 83.5 crores was the last year's turnover through travel and tourism accounts. So keeping that in mind, I would just say that this is just an example of the Statue of Unity. There are several other examples within the country like that. So what is the need to understand here is that how, just like Kerala, all other states can work towards strengthening their healthcare centers and the healthcare workers connections. So they can do this by cutting short on expenses, by realizing what is actually needed. So just like they say, fruits when they are young and when they are ripening in their ripening stage, they look beautiful from the outside, but do they really taste good? Similarly, we must not say that, or we must not just decorate our country from the outside, but the decoration should start directly from the core, from the root. See, because roots aren't, if the roots aren't strong, the plant won't be, healthy enough to withstand the blow. And the plant here is, in this case, the country. So the root has to be strengthened first before decorating the country. So rather than investing in several other, investments like maybe, you can say the Statue of Unity, just an example. In my opinion, there are several other places where we could have cut short those expenses and invested in these places in such a way that every state can be a Kerala in the upcoming pandemic situations, because the world is currently in a major financial loss as well as health related loss. So the country really needs these kinds of investments, and it would be a major breakthrough if one village can get one healthcare center along with a healthcare worker. It can definitely make a difference according to me. So that would be something I was looking to share with you all, that decorate the country from the inside rather than outside. And one small suggestion, what I feel that the youngsters of India should take up is, especially the medical students, and rather than interning at private and public facilities, one can intern at these healthcare centers and actually serve the load of the government. Experience as well as serving the nation is something which people look up to. Like all the medical students can serve as their summer interns or their winter internships programs in these particular healthcare centers, where they'll be placed into rural villages and rural areas of India. So through that, a lot of amount of these investment can be saved, and we can decorate the inside and the outside at the same time. So the young generation is someone who can be responsible for this as well. So with that, I would be ending it, and that was my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon, for that. I think it's so important to try and touch upon all these various pillars of our society and pillars of just humans as a whole, right? Because whether it's education, whether it's our nutrition, whether it's healthcare, all of these form the basis of our very existence. And unfortunately, there is a lot that needs to be done. I think the realities that you showcase to us, and I'm sure that if you would talk to others as well, there's so many regions in India and all across the world where healthcare is not what it ought to be, what it could be, what it should be, right? And at the end of the day, I think is an onus that all of us have to try and find ways to make healthcare more accessible to all of humanity, to every single person on this planet, right? And one of the ways of doing this is the going down the community model that you've spoken of as well, that Kuber and Ayush spoke of as well. And I think it's one of the ways to ensure that when a community is taking care of its own, and for all those in that particular community, what are the various things that the larger government, the world at large, the state government, central government, and so on and so forth can do to help propagate better healthcare within the community and propping them up to deliver that to everyone who's part of that community, right? And one of the key aspects of that is clearly education, right? And again, you alluded to it as well while you were speaking, is that if there were more awareness, I think things would be so much better. And then there has to be an obligation to try and create that awareness in society, in the communities, at the individual level and right throughout. And I think our education system is well placed to do something of that sort if we actually allowed for it to do so. And again, going back to the conversation we've been having since yesterday and today, I think there is just so much scope for the education system to do a lot more when it comes to factors which directly impact our living and our lives, right? And also I would definitely want to point out just the fact that what you mentioned again is that it's all right that if we don't have enough doctors today, right, there is still a possibility to be able to provide health advice, to provide better standards of living, to be able to provide advice on preventive steps towards maintaining your health, than just looking at curative steps as to what doctors end up providing. So thank you so much for all of this. I think there is just so much to give thought to and actually take action on, for everyone who's listening and is in a position to do something about improving the state of healthcare in our country today. Next up, we've got Muskan, who's always extremely passionate about everything that she speaks about. And right through this process on the various issues that she's spoken of, she's spoken with a lot of personal attachment to the things that she speaks of. And we're hoping for more of that today. So Muskan, all over to you to tell us what you want to talk to us about. Thank you.
नमस्कार देवी और सज्जनों, सामाजिक सद्भाव के इस विचार विमर्श में आपका स्वागत है। ये कहानी हम 10 से 12 मिनट में पूरी करेंगे और मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आप इस दौरान हमारे साथ जुड़े रहें। मेरे विपक्ष को सुनने और समझने के लिए धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this discussion on social harmony that I've brought to you. With the story being finished in 10 to 12 minutes, I hope you're going to stick through this with us. Thank you for taking out time and hearing my perspective. India, a land of diversity in all its forms, seeks to be a free, secular, and a democratic country. Well, a republic. Well, this is something which the Constitution provides to us and which the policies suggest to us. But when we think about the real world, how we behave practically, what I think here is that the society does not really accept it. And that is because that the society is what creates the nation. The policies demand, but the people don't give in. Before I jump into the whole intense discussions, I would like to put out a few examples based on my personal experiences that I have come across, I think, in a few months. So I would like to share them with you to give you a small gist of what actually I'm going to talk about and what I'm going to put through to you across this platform. I'm going to cover 3 major topics, the most important of them being religion, religious intolerance and the harmony related to it, and then the other 2 are race and color and gender. The first example suggests race disharmony. My neighbors are looking for a girl to marry their son, and while forming their matrimonial site, they've put in that the skin tone should be very fair. So my mom came up to me and she was telling me about this because she was at their house a few days back, and they said they're looking for a very fair girl because they want her to look like their own family. Religion. My brother had a Muslim girlfriend whom he wanted to marry. It took both the families 4 years to let them be. During these 4 years, she wasn't allowed to go out of her house. She wasn't even allowed to go to office. And all the basic facilities, the most simplest of them being a mobile phone, were taken away from her. After the struggle, when they actually got married in a court, her family does not still know that she's married. Her family, as in the not so close relatives, they still do not know that she has married my brother. The third one being gender. So when I used to have my dance shows like a year back, and when my friends used to come and watch, the very prominent thing that they used to share with me was that, you know, Muskan, all male dancers, all male jazz dancers look like gay. Now the problem here is not the stereotype associated with it or the judgment that my friends passed. It is about how easily we label them as being different than us, only because on the basis of their social sexual orientation and their personal choices, which is nothing but their personal affair.
All of these examples portray that despite the fact that the Constitution provides for unity and equality before the law, considering all citizens as equal, the society does not agree with it. Well, most of the times it is unintentional. We've grown up in such environment. We have understood looking at what's happening in front of us. And all of these thoughts are embedded in us, in our subconscious, where we don't even have anything to justify them. Another biggest example of social disharmony is the recent Tanishq ad that came up, which actually I think was beautiful enough to portray two religions coming together in the most purest form, which is a wedding. But however, Tanishq faced a huge backlash all over social media. But not only this, the people like on Instagram, all of my other friends who had a say on it and who thought that this is a very good step and who were in favor of the ad, and they were putting up stories appreciating and praising the Tanishq's courage, were also criticized for it, thus leading to a backlash on the freedom of expression that the country provides to us, and also the intolerance of people to accept and respect diverging and contrasting opinions. India, there is unity and diversity, and it still becomes difficult for us to accept that in the real world. People tend to adjust and not accept. This is just like how my neighbors, ended up compromising on a girl who was dark-toned but intelligent. A few questions that cross my mind usually, when all of these kind of things happen are like, does your religion make you any less of an Indian? And does your skin color really define that you're not beautiful? And does your sexual orientation define you completely as a human? Even when we talk about things such as skin diseases, the idea of the people suffering from them being different, being weird in a way, because this is what I used to think when I was little. Nobody told me that, this is just natural because they're suffering. This is a suffering, and this is something which they can't do anything about even when they're trying to. But however, the label of them being different is so embedded in us, while we catch real life examples when we look around us, we really can't change them. And you know what? At some point, I think when we talk about them being different is actually the right way, because I think yes, it is true, they are different, and in all the positive ways. Because they are so courageous to walk and to wear their pride with them, despite the fact that they're living in a country where people have specified the notions of beauty, literally like the laws in the Constitution. And I guess thus, them being different is highly essential. The shared community life and intermingling of cultures has been tainted by misinformation and distancing between religious communities as well. Adding to it, the media has played a vast role in escalating these issues. However, on the contrary, I'm not saying that there are no examples of social harmony in the country. There are actually, and they're quite historical, and they're running from years and centuries with the advent of the 14th century, 15th century. Indian religions have been, known to coexist and evolve for many centuries before the arrival of Islam in the 12th century, followed by the Mughals and the colonial era. Ashoka, about 2200 years ago, Harsha of about 1400 years ago, accepted and patronized different religions with their due respect. Ellora cave temples is another example that are built really next to each other during the 5th and the 10th centuries. For example, show a bright side of
coexistence of religions, and a spirit of acceptance of different faiths. Then, coming to another example of social harmony in the past between two religions, which I think are most contradictory and most contrasting, is the Indian independence movement for the Hindu-Muslim unity. I've heard, like my parents used to tell me that was literally, I think, the last example when they actually saw Hindus and Muslims coming together, fighting for their country together and being united with a single cause. Another example is when Hindu-Muslim residents of Tendua town in Barwani district of Madhya Pradesh came together to cremate the 75-year-old man, Sitaram, who had no family member left behind. People from both the communities attended his funeral ceremony and created him with full honor. However, these examples just suggest you how it has been available to us in all the purest forms since a very long time. However, the problem arises when certain elements join in. India is a vast country where people from different religions and communities live side by side. Unfortunately, this traditionally peace-loving country is sometimes plagued by communal problems. It all happens as some fanatical zealots, apparently indulging in acting against the people of other religions. The alarming rise of fundamentalism is a great concern to the nation. Almost all the states suffer owing to religious or ethnic intolerance. Interreligious communication suffers a breach in this vitiated atmosphere too. Our unity, integrity, and solidarity stands at stake. It hampers the growth of a nation at every step. If the nation wishes to make sound progress in the socio-economic and political, even scientific spheres, communal harmony, I believe, should be on the priority list, because it is something which does generate moments of sentimentals and emotions amongst the people when they actually have a collective goal. Some of the major factors which contribute to fundamentalism and communalism and which ultimately disturb peace and harmony of the nation include illiteracy, ethnicity, casteism, patriarchy, linguistic chauvinism, admixture of policies and politics with religion, uneven socio-economic implementation, and rule of law. Coming to the last point, where I think could be another reason for social disharmony and communal disbalances, is this feeling of insecurity and mistrust among different communities against the minority communities, and religious conversions also tend to increase tension from time to time. Again, the last part, institutionalization of communal politics and highlighting of communal and controversial issues by the media also pose a challenge to social harmony. I do not want to conclude it here because the questions that I've put down forward are to be thought about, and I do not wish to conclude the conversation. Not now, and I don't think I'm going to be able to do it in the next 1 decade also. But thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Muskan, for this. I think extremely useful, in my opinion, because this is something that is topical all over the world right now. I think all over the world, we're facing more and more stereotyping, more and more discrimination in different ways, shapes, and forms from all sides. And your talk on social harmony, I think, is just absolutely apt for everyone to listen to at some point of time or the other, sooner rather than later, hopefully. But what I do definitely want to talk about is you spoke about how individuals' personal choices, which really just impact themselves, end up being used to ostracize them from society, right? Even though it really doesn't impact anybody else and is very personal to themselves. But what I'd also like to add to that, right, and which really makes things even murkier, is that there are a lot of people who end up being discriminated against even though they never had a choice in the first place, because they were born into the segment of society or the family or the country or the economic conditions that end up making them being discriminated against. And I think that also is something which is extremely difficult to fathom as to why we would do something of this sort. And at the end of the day, it's something that we definitely need to tackle in one way or the other, right? Because all of this defining, labeling, typing is all that ends up impacting our ability to provide social mobility to everyone, which really needs to be the aim of society at the end of the day, where who you are, what you do, what position you hold in society should be dependent on what you do and how you impact and benefit society in different ways, shapes or forms, right? And not where you're born into, and not personal choices that you make that only impact yourself. So thank you so much for this, Muskan. I think extremely relevant conversation to be had at this point of time. Next up, we've got Crystal, who's the final Changemaker that you will be listening to. I think all throughout it's been absolutely fantastic having Crystal as part of this entire project, more so because the kind of experience that she brings, having lived in 12 plus cities in just about 12 years during her education system because of being in an army family, just gives her the kind of societal insights which are unparalleled. So really eager to hear what you have to say, Crystal. All over to you. Thank you.
Education has been sold in India as a route to national greatness. It is expected to socially uplift the poor, transform the society, and turn the country in an economic powerhouse. But in a country like ours, where intergenerational social and economic inequalities are entrenched, education on its own changes very little. It mostly reproduces the inequalities. Education was something, personally for me, that was always encouraged in my house. And it wasn't just restricted to the four walls of a classroom. Due to my father's profession, I often got incredible opportunities to travel the country and learn from people of diverse cultures and faiths. However, I was fortunate, not everyone is. The Right to Education Act of 2009, celebrated as a revolutionary law because it gives children the legal right to elementary education, was unable to give an equal right to all children. The right to go to school is quite meaningless if the school the child has access to continues to disadvantage the child. A fundamental source of tension in the design of an education system, specifically in India, comes from the fact that historically education systems have served two very different purposes. First, they have sought to impart knowledge, skills, and shared concepts of identity and citizenship. We can broadly refer to these as the human development role of education. However, education systems have also served a second purpose, which is to assess and classify students on the basis of educational ability and achievement, and to select higher achieving students for higher education and occupations that aim to attract the most meritorious students. More fundamentally, though, improving implementability needs to be complemented with the recalibration of intent. India's education system continues to be centered on standardized and ambitious curriculum. Students grouped by age instead of learning levels and high-stakes board examinations. The consequences is, as economist Karthik Muralidharan writes, a sorting system, not a human capital system. The central design challenge for the Indian education system is that it was designed for sorting and not for human development. Almost every structural weakness of the Indian education system can be explained by this framework. There are massive inequalities in the overall education system, which on the one hand routinely produces students who go on to achieve global excellence in their fields, while on the other also produces the world's largest number of primary school completing students who are not functionally literate and numerate at even a second or third grade level. A major reason for this is that the syllabus and textbooks have not changed from a time when a much smaller fraction of students were in the education system. Since the focus of the system continues to be on passing exams linked to the syllabus, children who fall behind the curriculum often end up learning close to nothing despite attending school. And this is because teachers, parents, and students are not rewarded for improving learning at levels below the current grade level because it will not help in pass the grade level exam. And so students who fall behind early are left behind in perpetuity. An obsessive focus on exams and marks has led to an education system characterized by rote learning to pass exams, often through cramming of past examination papers, as opposed to conceptual understanding that can be applied and used in practical situations. And that's where I believe an inclusive, multidisciplinary, liberal education comes in, dedicated to the free and open pursuit of knowledge for its own sake. A liberal education provides a multifaceted view of the world. It enables students to see beyond one perspective, encouraging them to understand others even if they don't agree. It instructs us to base our opinions on reason and not on emotion. In times of great division, where the world is becoming intolerant of each other's cultures and faiths, the capacity to see each other's viewpoints and the imperative to assess one's own becomes more and more important. A liberal education works for us, no matter what our political leanings are. We need it now more than ever. And it's not just the soft subjects like English and sociology that constitute a liberal education. People often talk about the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math courses, as totally separate from liberal arts courses. They think of science as real in a way that anthropology or art history are not. But scientific phenomena are also subject to interpretation and debate, as they are observed and theories are created and tested. Even a cursory knowledge of evolutionary theory or the light as wave particle debate demonstrates that point. The hard sciences are ways of seeing the world and trying to understand how it works, just as much as psychology or political science do. A good liberal curriculum puts students in touch, not just with ways of interpreting the world around us, but also with the fact that the world can be interpreted in the first place. Ultimately, it tries to help us understand our place in it and our relationships with each other. A multidisciplinary education forces students to see multiple viewpoints and continually challenge their own. It removes the comfort of assuming there are right answers to big questions, that civilization moves in a linear fashion, or that facts are facts no matter who looks at them. But it also introduces students to the pleasures of debate and the ever-expanding world of ideas. It opens doors, enabling the mind to go wherever it wants in the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. It bends towards openness instead of containment. Education should be multicultural in nature and focus on pertinent practical questions like how can we include more women in higher education? How can we encourage children to be more creative and innovative so that they can go on to launch socially innovative enterprises through which we can solve some of the world's biggest issues? To its credit, the new education policy recognizes the problems of public schools and poor student achievements. But the solution that it offers, such as school consolidation, creation of school complexes, and additional teacher training, addresses symptoms rather than the root cause of the problem. Deep down, it is the absence of any teacher accountability whatsoever that is behind the poor educational outcomes in public schools. The emptying phenomenon will not go away after consolidation in additional skills will not improve outcomes if teachers won't use those skills. Studies in the past decade have identified shocking weaknesses in the education governance in the country. Thus, India, for example, high rates of teacher absence as well as high rates of vacancies in key supervisory positions, including block and district education officer. These officials are also transferred frequently, which makes effective governance very, very difficult. India's learning outcomes remain stubbornly low. Quality concerns around education are rarely viewed as a political priority. But these concerns cannot be ignored for much longer, especially in light of India's human capital crisis, reflected in the unemployment statistics. Furthermore, as 2030 Skills Scorecard by the Global Business Coalition for Education reinforces these concerns, that in 2030, India will have the highest number of secondary school graduates in South Asia, but nearly half of them will lack the skills to enter the job market. And until now, the band-aid response to such crises has been to establish a Ministry of Skilling instead of more profound reforms in school education. Moving forward, I believe that India must extricate itself from this unstable equilibrium and view education within a larger human capital framework. In the upcoming decade, India's education sector must focus on both scale and substance, addressing the learning problem at a system-wide level while also recalibrating the reason at all of the education system itself. Over the past few years, several states, including Haryana, Rajasthan, and Himachal Pradesh, have taken ownership to drive large-scale changes in how education is administered. And in many of these states, the starting point has been the integration of schools. Historically, government schools have emerged organically without a coherent strategy, sometimes serving just a handful of students, causing a large, unwieldy school network. The state's capacity to manage such a system, however, is limited with inadequate frontline administration, information gaps, and large vacancies among faculty. Optimizing for the number of schools should be complemented with interventions directed at infrastructure improvements, adequate staffing of teachers, school leaders, and frontline officials, and developing the capacity of these staff. Alongside is a strong focus on remediation to enable all students to achieve grade-level competency. In terms of administration, programs across states appear to share some common elements: management information systems to improve review and monitoring, communications across all levels of government, leveraging technology such as video conferences and WhatsApp, and project management protocols at the state, district, and block levels. Traditionally, education systems around the world have followed a linear logic of prioritization, expanding schooling access, working to improve the quality of core academic subjects, and finally, focusing on cultivating the skills needed to thrive in this world. But there exists a 100-year gap between the educational attainment of those in developed versus developing countries. And at the same time, there is uncertainty about the skills required for a rapidly changing world. What are the outcomes we want schooling to generate? And are they adequate to produce the qualities for individuals to contribute meaningfully to society and the economy? These factors imply an urgent need to break away from this linear logic by transitioning to a system that expands its idea of outcomes from literacy and numeracy to a breadth of skills. The larger set of skills that are needed in a changing world, including critical thinking, collaboration, and problem solving. To make inclusive education a reality, we need to ensure that educators have the training, flexibility, and resources to teach students with diverse needs and learning styles. Making education inclusive is not going to be a cost-cutting measure. Governments must be prepared to invest substantial resources at the outset on system reforms such as teacher and staff training, improving infrastructure, learning materials and equipment, and revising curriculum to implement inclusive education successfully. However, by eliminating redundancy and the high costs of running parallel systems, such investments are inefficient and effective use of funds and hold the potential to improve education for all students. An outcome focus is undoubtedly critical, but should be underpinned by an overarching human capital strategy. In a few years, a generation of students who would otherwise not have access to an education will have completed a full cycle of schooling thanks to the Right to Education Act. But over the next decade, the key priority that education policy must seek to address is to make sure that schooling isn't just an end for students, but a ladder to opportunity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Crystal, for that wonderful talk, which really, for me, while you did stress a lot on the concerns with the current education system, right? I was deriving a lot of hope out of what you said, because what it makes me realize is the fact that there is such a massive reservoir of untapped potential that the education system has to be able to give us the tools and to be able to be devised in a manner that makes all of us a lot more humane by teaching us right when we are kids, before we get influenced by the way society has become and not necessarily focusing on what it ought to be or what it could be, what it should be at the end of the day, right? So a lot of hope in what you've said, Crystal. I think there's a lot of potential in achieving what you believe we need to achieve, right? And I think if you heard what everyone else spoke about right throughout, right, even if they weren't speaking about education in particular and they were speaking about other issues, it all boiled down to awareness. It all boiled down to making sure that our children understand the difference between what is appropriate and what is incorrect, what is factually accurate and what is inaccurate in that sense, and adding the whole aspects of humanity, of morals, of ethics, all of those values that are essential and critical for us to be able to utilize our education better. And I think just in terms of all that you spoke of as well, in terms of ensuring that education gives us a lot more than what it gives us right now, I think an amalgam of everything that all of you have spoken of would be absolutely fantastic for us to do. And it has to be a priority for our world today, not just today, frankly, for years to come at the end of the day. But as I said, and as what Sanjana also mentioned, I think there's a lot of hope. We need to hold on to that hope. We need to actively work towards making sure that that hope turns into a reality that we are all proud of, right? And I keep saying this, right? It needs all of you, every single one of you who's been here speaking over the last 2 days. All of you who've been tuning in and listening to what they've had to say and all the thoughts that you had in your mind as well during that time frame. It's for us to continue the dialogue. Keep talking, not give up. Keep having these conversations. Keep finding new ideas, new ways to try and solve for all these issues and concerns that we believe need solution in our world today. So back to you, Crystal. I think thank you so much for this. For really tying everything in together and helping us end with bringing the focus back to education as being one of the key factors which can help really define the world that we live in going forward, right? So thank you for that. We do come to the end of these 2 days, the wonderful conversation that we've heard all the Changemakers speak of, but it's not the end of the journey. I think the journey at the FAIR project is much, much longer, including with everyone who's presented today. I think we're hopeful of engaging with them for a longer period of time. All of you who've been watching in, if you're interested in joining up with the FAIR project, we'll be opening in applications again next year in January. It's just a couple of months down the line. And we hope that you will apply if this is something that you're interested in. And if you feel that there's something that you can benefit from what we have to offer at the FAIR project. And if you feel that you can benefit us, because that's really what all of our Changemakers have done, because the kind of conversations that they've had with us outside of these 2 days as well, there's a lot of learning that we've received from them and their experiences, as I've been telling you over the course of these 2 days as well while I've been introducing them. So hopefully we will be interacting with all of you soon in one way, shape or form. We will, of course, keep coming back on YouTube with more FAIR dialogues right through the year. So please keep tuning in for that. All the talks that you heard over the last 2 days are going to be divided up into individual talks for each one of them and put into a playlist. So you can listen to them at your convenience. You can mix up and shuffle the playlist and hear all the wonderful conversations that our Changemakers had with you over these last 2 days. I'm sorry, I'm probably rambling a bit. I'm already feeling a bit nostalgic about the 2020 project coming to an end. But as I said, there is a lot more to follow, and hopefully you'll be a part of the journey as we go along with this. So till then, till the next time that we see you, have a great weekend and the rest of the night tonight as well. Bye-bye. Take care, everyone.
Your package is today, like I drive that, like I do that, not
Applications implements information